pleasant morning is extended to everyone gathered. We are about ready to get started with this morning's program. Please stand, everyone, for the prayer of the national anthem of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you. Remain standing, please. I invite to the lectern Assemblyman Nigel Tate, Assistant Secretary of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development, to do the opening prayer.
President, good morning. Good morning. All right, let us bow our head and let us welcome God in our presence. Let us pray. Holy Spirit, our helper, our teacher, the one working on us and will do the will for us all. Today we will first thank you for life. We are grateful. Lord, we pray for everyone's heart desire this morning. Lord, supply our needs. Help our eyes to be focused on Lord. Look upon the hill, where our help, and our help come from you, Lord. We silence unbelief, doubt, and we embrace peace of mind on every side. In Jesus' mighty name, I pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. You may have your seats. A pleasant morning is extended to each and everyone gathered here this morning for the division's Farmers and Agro-Processors meeting and consultation with all stakeholders in the agricultural sector. I'm your moderator for this morning's proceedings. My name is Alesmoy Mackenzie, Communications Officer within the Division of Food Security. It is my pleasure, and I bid you welcome to this morning's proceeding. At this time, to do our opening remarks, I invite to the lectern Mr. Wendell Bernard, the Administrator in the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development. Welcome him.
A pleasant good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Like only two people here. A pleasant good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Right, like more people here, 1,000 people. It is good to have you, stakeholders, the valued stakeholders in the culture and production side of the agriculture business. Agriculture is very important in any society. It is a significant part of our GDP. Besides GDP, our food security. A society cannot thrive. So if we have good sportsmen, we must have nutrition security. If we are to have good engineers and scientists and technicians, that's based on good nutritional security. If we are to have good artists and the artistic side, that also depends on nutritional security. The tourism side, which is another important segment in our economy, has to be based on the aspect of food and nutritional security. And therefore, our invitation to you here this morning is an attempt for you to get some information from aspects of the divisions, departments, the agriculture department, and the TATCO, which is the Tobago Agri Business Development Company, which is the production side or the added value side of agriculture. But we do not only want to give you some information, we also want feedback, positive feedback. And when I say positive feedback, not just complaints, but we want to hear the positive things that you are doing and where you intend to take what you are doing. What is the next level? What is the aspects of innovation? What is the aspect of creativity? What is the aspect of doing things that is required, and not only required, but to add to that aspect of nutritional security. So it will be, I would like to anticipate a healthy and a fruitful engagement. So out of this meeting and consultation, we can then, as a division, do the necessary things to provide the way forward. Because, as I would like to use our motto, together we aspire, together we achieve. And it's not the division itself by itself or working some magic. It is not the agri-processors and the farmers doing themselves in isolation. It is all of us working together. It is all of us like a cricket team, not how West cricket team are sometimes, one batsman making the runs. But a well-rounded cricket team where all of us are making the runs, all of us are doing the bowling, all of us are doing the fielding, and therefore we can then at the end of the day win this cricket match. We will not be caught by unforced errors, as I call them. You open your bat and put the ball in the slips and the man waiting in the slips and you get catch out. We're not going to do that. So this morning, this consultation, this engagement is an attempt for us to harmonize this cricket team. And this will be the Tobago Agricultural, so that we can then have the best team and we can ensure within the Tobago space, if not total food security, at least nutritional security. Because without nutritional security, then our economy, our country, our society, our culture will not be able to thrive. So I want to thank you for coming. I want to thank you for this honor and engagement. We are not here to put anybody, but what we are here to do, as I said, in the cricket team, we are to play our part in achieving this goal. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and do have a productive and meaningful session.
And thank you to our administrator for his welcoming and opening remarks. Moving along this morning's program, at this time we have an address by our Secretary, Mrs. Natisha Charles, Secretary of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development. Please welcome her to the lectern.
Good morning, everyone. Let me first recognize Assemblyman Nigel Tate, Assistant Secretary of the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development, my administrator, Mr. Wendell Bernard, the Board of Directors of TADCO, my technical officers, distinguished gentlemen, ladies. Before I ventured into the life of politics, my first passion, or I should say, is still my first desire, was to fix agriculture and forestry. Being the secretary of this division, I am always seeking ways to improve our approaches in all areas. Today, I am not only here in my capacity as secretary, but I'm here as a concerned citizen who wants to ensure that we all work together for the advancement of today. You, the farmers and processors, you have so much to offer to us, and we are nothing without. This consultation today would highlight key problematic areas that need intervention. Take your recommendations into consideration. We can formulate goals and the treatment plans in forward so that we can all reap the benefits of our accomplishments. TADCO recently launched and conducted an open day, and this initiative showcased so many varieties of products that were grown and processed and packaged right here in Tobago. And to me, that's a phenomenal achievement for all of us here in Tobago. That launch was just the beginning of things to come. And we are going to put Tobago on the map. And before I wrap up my speech today, I want to bring your attention to something that I experienced. And I mean, I've experiencing this over the years. Whenever I leave Tobago and I go to countries across the world, I listen to two things: what people say about Tobagonians and what the citizens of each country would say about themselves. And what I notice whenever I leave here to go there, people appreciate their own culture and they speak well of their own people. And I would like the same to happen in Tobago. Too often, we cry down ourselves and each other. And to me, it's not working well if we have to sell Tobago to the rest of the world. And I'll give you two examples. When I studied in Scotland, I remember sitting in a classroom and one of the lecturers featured a gentleman riding a leatherback tractor. And I paused for a bit just to hear, only to hear him say that this video came from Trinidad and Tobago. And I dipped my head a bit because beside myself, I had one other person attending the university. And I was so ashamed because I was from Tobago and seeing somebody riding a leatherback turtle and having fun too. It really hurt me. And regardless of what, they're going to say it's Trinidad and Tobago. They're not going to say it's from Tobago is separate from Trinidad. And that is how our country was sold there at that time. So we have to be mindful of the things that we're doing here. And we have to be mindful of the things that we say about us, ourselves, and the people around us. Whenever I leave here and I go to a meeting with any person within agriculture or any stakeholder, and I introduce anyone, I will say this is an expert. You know why I'm saying that? Because I understand that it is important to market our own people. And we have to learn to do that. So I am happy to hear my administrator say that we have to think positively and not only come to complain, but to also find solutions to the problems that we are facing here in Tobago. If we don't start thinking positively, if we don't start today, we are not going to fix it. Because it's not just the 14 of us or the 17 of us. All of us, we have to fix it. So when our children speak, when we speak, we have to speak positively about each other and the contributions that we are making here and across the world. I don't want to hear that all Tobagonians lazy. That is nonsense. I don't believe that, because my parents and my foreparents, they have worked hard for me to stand here today to speak to you. So I want for us here, for us to change our mindset. And yes, I believe that we all have challenges and we are going to face challenges. But I also want us to understand that we are the ones to find the solution. And that is why we have this consultation today. So I want to end by saying thank you. And I hope to have a healthy and to experience a healthy and meaningful discussion today. So I hope that in going forward that we can all work together. And of course we have to understand the science, we have to understand the challenges, and by understanding that and getting the voice of the majority, then we can move forward to improving all the areas under agriculture. So thank you for having me today, and God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you to our secretary. Thank you for setting the tone for what we expect to be a very fruitful discussion with our stakeholders. Thank you for alluding to the importance of partnership in managing and progressing these sectors in Tobago. Thank you again. At this time, we move into a segment of presentations under the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development. And further along, we would hear from presenters from Tobago Agribusiness Development Company. So at this time, we will invite Ms. Carey, Technical Officer in the Division of Food Security, to present on farmland development and incentives. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, and pleasant good morning, first of all, to the members of the head table, to the Secretary, our Assistant Secretary, Administrator, and other members of the head table, as well as a pleasant good morning to all those of you who are here this morning, our technical staff of the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development, as well as to you, our valuable stakeholders from the various subsectors of the agriculture sector, whether you be farmers, agro-processors, fisherfolk. We are so happy to have you here this morning. I've been asked to do two presentations this morning. One has to do with the development or rational and sustainable approach to farmland development for agriculture, and the other one is to highlight one of the services that we presently offer within the division, that is of the Farmers Agricultural Incentive Program, and how you as valuable stakeholders can access these incentives. So at this time, I'm going to go into the first presentation, which deals with the rational and sustainable approach to the development of farmlands and state lands. Okay, this is worse than driving a car. Let me see. And it's just because of... Okay. Right. Oh. All right, thank you. So why do we need a rational and sustainable approach for the development of state lands or the development of lands or the distribution of lands for agriculture? It is a fact that one of the reasons why production in terms of agriculture in Tobago has drastically reduced over the last several decades is the reality that many of the lands that were once engaged in agriculture production have significantly declined. And from the agricultural censuses of the 80s and up to 2004, state lands in terms of lands involved in agricultural production in Tobago have significantly declined over the years, whether they were under private lands or whether they were under the control of the state. And one of the views of the division is certainly that if we are going to increase agricultural production in Tobago, that there must be a return of many of the lands that we have in Tobago, especially lands that are arable lands, lands that are suitable for agriculture, so return as much lands as we can back to agricultural production. However, there is a reality that giving out lands does not necessarily mean there is going to be increased production. And we have seen that over the years, in fact, that we have distributed lands to many farmers, and at the end of the day, we have not seen what we have expected in terms of the returns, in terms of production, increased production, and certainly in terms of increased productivity with respect to agriculture development on these lands. And therefore, we are proposing from the division that there be a new approach from what exists presently and what has been occurring within the last decade or two in terms of how we develop and how we distribute lands for agriculture. Let's first of all look at an overview of Tobago's land resource. Tobago is just about 300 square kilometers, which translates just about 30,000 hectares. 34% of the island is under forest, and the reality is that quite a bit of it is already under the Main Ridge Forest Reserve. So if we are talking about converting lands into agricultural land, we have to bear in mind that a significant portion of Tobago is and will continue to be under the protection of the Main Ridge Forest Reserve. Therefore, what are we talking in terms of availability of land? This morning we're not going to speak too much about private lands because they are not within our control. But the state, the THA, owns just a little over 35% of the land in Tobago, and that's quite significant. Over 35% of the land within the hands of the THA. The THA owns several estates that were once under agriculture production, and the THA within the last several decades have purchased these lands. Some of them are still dormant, some of them have been converted to alternative use other than agriculture, but a significant number of them are still unutilized or underutilized. The reality is that 60% of the soils in Tobago are good for agriculture. The downside of that is 40% of the best soils are on the southwest side of Tobago, of which half is already under built development. And the thing about built development is that once you put down concrete and buildings, it's very difficult to return it back to agricultural use. So most of the soils that we have in Tobago, in fact, the best soils that we have in Tobago are very small, and those that we can generally use for good purposes, most of it lie on the southwest side of the island. And even if we have good soils throughout the island in other areas, the factors such as slope, the steepness of the slope of the area, the main fact that many of these areas are prone to erosion, and some areas where water settles in some of the valleys, makes it even difficult to develop some of these lands. I am just saying this morning that even if it might appear that we have lands that we can develop, we have to be very careful, and we may not be able to develop all of them. And therefore, it involves us taking a wise approach to developing these lands, knowing fully well that we don't have a lot of land resources available, and we have to develop it in the best way. And when we do develop it, we must be able to get the returns that we are expecting. Otherwise, we are no different from the approaches that have taken place before. So let's talk about state lands distribution in Tobago. I don't know if some of you who are seated here might have been recipients in the past of agricultural state lands that have been distributed by the THA. But however, within the last 20 years, within the last 2 decades, we have seen an increase in interest in state lands for agriculture. In fact, it's right now, there are about over 1,200 applications for state lands in Tobago. And I think that's conservative. When I sat on the committee, I think it was much more than that. And many of these are not just for agricultural purposes. Some of these applications are for agriculture, some are for commercial, some are for ecclesiastical, some are for even NGOs who are looking for lands for businesses, for putting down their facilities and stuff like that. The downside to it is that over the years, the distribution process and how we develop and distribute state lands have deteriorated into an ad hoc process. Ad hoc meaning that there's not an overall rational approach to how we do it. In other words, everyone is entitled and applies on a daily basis for state lands. And you apply, and if you get it to do what you want, then there is no really guiding process as to how do we want to position and strategically direct agricultural production in Tobago that we can get the type of returns we are expecting in the limited resources that we have. So it's an open invitation. Anyone is invited and anyone can apply for state lands on a daily basis. The applications are received and they're reviewed by a state lands management and implementation committee. And these applications are reviewed on a case-by-case basis. And so what that means is that you apply, a committee reviews your application. If they think it's a good proposal, you are now given, or a piece of state land is identified for you. Notice the absence of an overall guiding policy. What do we want to get from agriculture in Tobago? Where do we want to go with agriculture in Tobago? Which areas we think are most beneficial to us in terms of developing? Agriculture is a very wide sector, and it crosses many areas from crop and livestock. What do we think is the best approach that we should take that will give us the best returns, be able to give farmers the greatest economic returns, and develop the agricultural sector in the way we need to go? That isn't really present there. And so persons receive state lands, it's approved, the lands are identified, surveyed, and then leases are prepared and given. In some instances, persons may be occupying even without leases being issued. But we are saying there needs to be a different approach. There needs to be a rational approach. There needs to be a rational approach, and it must be sustainable. What do we mean by that? First of all, it must be structured and rational. It must make sense. If we are giving out lands, we have been giving out state lands for quite a while, but we have not been seeing the returns that we expect. We still import more than 80% of what we consume in Tobago from Trinidad. So we are not really seeing these areas being productive in the way that they need to be. And we are saying that it needs to be a new approach to it, a structured and rational approach. It must make sense. There must be a strategic move to grow certain aspects of the agricultural sector through industry development. Now we know we can't all develop the same areas of the agricultural sector together, and therefore there must be a priority. We must determine what are the strategic priority areas that we want to develop. We can't do everything, and when you spread, most times you spread your efforts on everything, you end up with nothing. And therefore we are saying it needs to be strategic. We need to look at industry development. We need to look at what commodities we are going to target using what we call the value chain approach. Simply put, what commodities that we think that when we produce it, tied to agro-processing, we can get the most benefit from it in terms of not just producing raw materials, but other spin-off industries, what areas that we can stimulate in terms of processing, developing of different products from what we're doing, so we make the best and the greatest use of the products that we have. And tied to that is obviously is an agro-industry development strategy. We believe that agriculture in Tobago will only survive if primary production goes hand in hand with industry development, agro-processing. We cannot compete with Trinidad foot for foot on just producing primary products. There is no way we can beat the factors of production that occur in Trinidad, and therefore we cannot be competitive in the way that we need to be, and therefore we need to obviously stimulate and develop agro-industry where we create greater value for the products that we have, and we can have greater returns. And obviously food and nutrition security must be at the emphasis. It is one thing to produce food, but if it's not nutritious. So even in that strategy, we need to determine what we are going to support and produce in Tobago as a couple of commodities of importance that are also going to support Tobagonians and their need for food and nutrition security. Not just eating, but eating well. Sustainable, because we have to look at the fact that what we have as the resources that we are using, our natural resources, our land and our water, all the various resources that we have, we cannot use it up. We cannot exploit or deplete it without considering the fact that when we pass on, other generations need these same resources to survive. And so therefore it requires a wise use of the resources that we possess, our natural resources, to ensure that there are also resources available for future growth, at the same time protecting our environment. So what does this new approach entail? And this is what we are proposing. That first of all, we need to identify what are the optimal farming systems that we should have in Tobago. Remembering we cannot produce everything. I know some people have novel ideas and things that can work. But given the limited resources that we have, we cannot support everything, and therefore we must prioritize. We must determine which commodities, whether they be crop, livestock, or whatever, what type of farming systems are best suited for development of the agriculture sector in Tobago. And doing that, we must look at what are our physical factors. What can our soil support? What does the land capability suggest? How much lands that we have available? What are the kind of slopes that we need to deal with? The resources that are available, what are the power requirements? Is mechanization going to be possible? The economic factors. What has a good comparative advantage in terms of what is competitive? What should we produce? Don't produce something that you know at the end of the day can't outcompete your competitors. We have to look at all of these, have to come into a matrix. Can we add value to what we are going to produce and therefore increase the possibilities of returns? And then looking at our socio-cultural factors. Are our farmers capable of doing that? Are we going to give them something radical that it will be difficult for them, or recommend something that will be difficult for them to accept? Looking at what their experience is, what they have strengths, their biases, their culture. We can't expect to go to farmers who are Muslims and ask them to rear pigs. You understand? So we have to look at all of those things and come up with something that is going to be, or are going to be, the areas of priority. When we have determined those areas of priorities that we are going to develop, what types of commodities and types of systems that we are going to use, we are saying it is first of all determining what you are going to do and then work backwards. Notice in the other approach that we have been taking, people are saying what they want to do, and then it's a different approach. Anybody comes and say, I want to do this, I want to do that. We are saying no. As the THA, we want to guide the development, and therefore we are identifying priority areas for development. After we have done that, we have to now work out the maths. If we want to produce a particular commodity, let's say, for example, if we want to produce sweet potatoes, we have to determine what quantities of sweet potatoes we want to support what is our need now or what we need to develop in terms of processing. And we have to determine, therefore, based on that output we want, we start doing some mathematics. How much land is going to give us that? And therefore, we will want to determine now what is the farm size that we need and the number of farms that are required to produce that particular commodity. After we have worked it out, for these commodities that we need, these number of farms of certain sizes, we have to go now and say, where are the lands that are available that can give us what we want? And therefore we go now into land selection, right? And here is where we are going to approach the Department of Land Management, because lands reside under the Office of the Chief Secretary and are managed by the Department of Land Management. And we approached them and said, listen, we have decided that we are going to support, for example, as I said, sweet potato production. We have identified and we believe right now we can start with, and we want 50 acres of land that we are going to divide into 10 5-acre plots and give to farmers. Can you find for us 50 acres of land that we can use for this purpose? And together with our expertise and their expertise, we're going to put our heads together and find 50 acres. After we have done that, right, the Land Management Department do what they do best. They will go in and they will do the surveys. They will decide where the roads should go. They will then subdivide it and say, okay, these are what the 10 plots are going to be. These are the sizes. They're going to produce the surveys that we need. They're going to identify them for us. And then they're going to hand it over to us. And therefore, and from there on now, the Department of Food, the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, Environment and Sustainable Development will now be responsible for the development of that area. We will therefore decide we will therefore now work and develop the infrastructural requirements. What utilities are needed? We are going to clear the area, we're going to put in the roads, the utilities, whatever is needed. We believe, and I have seen what is happening right now, that farmers are occupying areas where they're already at a disadvantage. We want to say we want to give you the land in a moving, ready state. The utilities and everything are ready, the roads, everything are prepared, the land is cleared, and you can start to develop. We're going to know, this is where it differs. And it starts to change. We are saying we don't support the idea of people applying every day for lands. And first of all, I didn't work out the maths for you. It is impossible for us to find state lands for 1,200 people. If you multiply that by 3 or 4 acres, it's more than what the THA has in the first place. So we are saying after we have determined this is where we want to go in terms of developing these areas, we are now going to advertise. And so that the persons who are applying based on what we are proposing. So if we are saying we want to propose to develop sweet potato and you know you want to do pigs, then you cannot apply. Or you should not apply. So it is given a structured approach, and therefore we will invite applications, persons, we will receive and review the applications, we will interview and select who are going to be the successful farmers. And they will now be allocated the different farms that we have decided upon. And we are going to work towards preparing the leases. And so that when you start, you're not only going to start with your land in a move-in ready condition, but you're also going to start with a lease in your hand that says what you are required to do, which comes to the final and important part as well. Because we're not just giving you the land just to move in and do what you want. We have said that, we have proposed that this land be developed in a particular way, and we will ensure that it will be developed in a particular way. And this is where monitoring and evaluation is important. And therefore, on a monthly basis or even more regular, you will be visited to ensure that you fulfill the terms and conditions of the tenancy agreement of your lease. We can't give it to do sweet potatoes and then by the time we turn our back, we come back and somebody's planting medical marijuana. We cannot do that, and at the end of the day you change your mind and you decide you hear corn fetching a better price and you run down the road. So monitoring and evaluation will be important, and thereupon we will then decide whether, and one of the things that we are discussing is that whether we issue people with leases, or what may be more easier, we may be an issue where a case where we issue licenses to operate the lands. It's much easier to revoke licenses. And therefore we will determine whether we will extend your license or we will revoke your license or your lease. And we will hand it over to someone else if you don't fulfill the terms and conditions. And just to recap the steps, we need to identify if we are going to improve and put Tobago in a better position where production is concerned. We need to improve. We need to improve the way we are developing and distributing our lands for agriculture. We need to, first of all, decide and prioritize what areas that we are going to develop and for what specific purpose. We're going to select what systems we need to put there. We're going to identify the lands, locate them, subdivide them, develop the infrastructure that is required to make it move-in ready, and then we start looking at persons who we best think are capable of fulfilling what we require in terms of the development of these areas, in terms of application management, through advertisement, and the final part would be now the distribution, the monitoring, and evaluation. I know that was quite a bit, and I want to move straight into the second presentation. So the second presentation has to do with creating more public awareness as to the types of incentives that are available to several of the stakeholders who are present here today in our in the various subsectors. And the incentives were basically designed under a situation where we have to understand that our food importation bill stands somewhere around $4 billion annually, probably is increasing. And agriculture in Tobago and in Trinidad has been no better off than it has been over many years. In fact, we are contributing less than 1% to our GDP, and that is not really a very good position. And therefore, the purpose of the incentive program is to encourage or to stimulate people to produce more. It was really developed as a production incentive to get people to produce more of what they're doing on their farms, hoping that we can elevate the status of the agricultural industry to one where there is greater production, increased productivity, where people are able now to use methodologies and techniques and practices and technologies to help them increase production and productivity, thereby improving the economy, improving the development of the agricultural sector, and overall improving agriculture's contribution to the GDP of this country. And therefore, it's a form of motivation and encouragement. Who can claim? The persons who can claim under this program, under this incentive, must be registered farmers, whether crop and livestock farmers, fisher folk, there are incentives here for fisher folk, beekeepers, agro-processors, cooperatives. So the purpose of the incentive, as I said before, it's a production incentive. And one of the first things that I did not highlight, if I go back to the first slide, it's a national incentive. And so therefore, folks, sometimes who I have challenges with, this is not a THA thing that I can bend the rules how I want or the division wants. It's a national program with guidelines that are handed down from the Ministry of Agriculture. And therefore, sometimes people are upset with us because certain circumstances are difficult. We cannot, in many of the circumstances that exist or have existed, go apart from what has been given to us as guidelines. It's a national program. And therefore, it's a production incentive. I know we have quite a bit of concerns from those of you who are here as agro-processors that there is not enough incentives there for agro-processors. But this is the case, and this is what stands. It's, as I said, to increase farm productivity, increase GDP, encourage good practices. And this is one of the things that we found, that if agriculture is improved, farmers can only benefit if they also learn to implement good management practices on their farms. So things like good agricultural practices, if you're processing good manufacturing practices, and to ensure that whatever we are doing is about sustainable development as well, that we do not negatively impact the environment in any way, because we know, especially in farming, how chemicals are used and sometimes are misused. So what are the basic requirements? First of all, you must be actively farming, and we consider someone to be a farmer by the guidelines that have been given to us as being a minimum of 1 lot. By the way of information, we have almost close to 4,000 people in Tobago registered as farmers. Do you believe that? 4,000 persons have applied based on this as farmers. You must have proof of interest in the land. What does that mean? And so therefore, there is a difference between some people who complain that they cannot access the incentive. You can be registered as a farmer, but you may not be able to access the incentive. And the big difference is that for you to access an incentive, the land that you are operating on, you must have the authority to use it. By the requirements of the Predial Larceny Act, which is the law of this land, persons who deal in agriculture produce. And the law says that anyone who sells, deals, trades in, and otherwise disposes of more than 25 kilograms of produce are subject to be registered. In other words, the police will stop you and lock you up if you can't show that you're a farmer or a vendor, that the produce is yours or you bought it from someone. And therefore, the requirements is that you be registered. Now, you could be on state lands squatting and you will be registered, because the fact is, whether you're squatting or not, you are producing. And we acknowledge that. But however, we cannot condone wrong. And therefore, when we deal with farmers' incentives, persons who are registered but squatting on state lands without permission will not be able to access the incentives. And that's why sometimes we have a lot of complaints, but that is a requirement. While we acknowledge that you're producing there, it doesn't mean we are upholding it. And therefore, you cannot access the incentive. So you must have authorization to be on the property, whether through deed, your own deed, your land and building taxes. Well, the last one we had was 2009. If you are renting or leasing someone, there must be an agreement. Or if you are being allowed to use a piece of land, we know many instances in Tobago what happens with land tenure and people don't have proper title. But what we do is that we allow you through the commission of affidavit to give a sworn affidavit stating that the land belongs to your family and you have been there and stuff like that, or someone who has given you permission. We just want to make sure that people are doing the right thing. Obviously, when you come in with your farmer's registration, you will have your farmer's registration card and you need original bills. Now, the original bills I need to make clear. You must bring your original bills. We are not going to keep your original bills. And at the same time, you cannot have bills from 5 years ago and come and want to now apply. Your bills are only allowed up to about a year. And if you know you have had your bills sitting down somewhere and it has been still dated, please don't come and try to be insistent. That is the system. Bills no older than 1 year. And what are the types of incentives that we can apply for? There are various incentives, a lot of incentives that you can apply for. So equipment and machinery. And for each type of incentive, it's based on a rebate system. A rebate system means that you must first spend your money and purchase the item or the service, and then you apply back for a rebate. The rebate varies based on the incentive. And therefore, so for example, the first category, equipment and machinery. Any type of agricultural equipment or machinery, you can receive a rebate of up to 50% across the board. The rebate may be different and up to a maximum in different categories. And that is why when you come to our office, our staff will inform you as to what you are applying for and what is the rebate that is being offered. Land preparation and land clearing, water for agriculture. And this is one point I want to really plug in. We are not satisfied with the number of farmers in Tobago who still are depending on rain to produce their crops. Not in this day and age. And we have been seeing what has been happening with our weather patterns. And very few farmers are applying for this incentive. You get back 50% of everything you spend for your irrigation system. Housing and infrastructure. So if you build your pens, you can get back. And this is where people spoil things. Previously, you were given back a rebate for not only the materials for constructing your pens, but also for the labor. But folks spoil things, right? And you go and get somebody to give you a bill that for a whole set of money, and it's some smart thing that took place and it's absurd. So the government discontinued the labor costs, right? So it's only on the materials, vehicles for agriculture. Everyone in Tobago, not everyone. This is the most applied for incentive, a vehicle. Now, a vehicle suggests that you're real doing business, you're real farming, and therefore you need it. Sad enough to say, I am seeing many folks just trying to get what is just required to get the vehicle, and they can't sustain keeping the vehicle. And they're hiding it up in the river because bailiff looking for it, right? Or they had to have it parked up because they can't pay the insurance. Come on, folks. My parents taught me a long time ago, don't hang your hat where your hand can't reach. Take it a little bit of a time. Tractors, integrated pest management. If you use certain types of environmentally friendly chemicals, then you can get a rebate. If you want to fence your area to make sure that your animals are secure, yes, you can get a rebate for that. Agro-processing, those of you who are agro-processors, if you construct facilities for agro-processing, if your packaging and your labels and stuff like that, you can get a rebate if you are doing that. The problem or the challenge that we have with the agro-processors, and I know you're not happy with it, but that is what is and what exists. You can only get the incentive, remember this is a production incentive, if you are processing what you produce. I want to repeat that. You can only get the incentive for packaging and labeling and all these different things that go into your packaging if you are producing what you process. You're producing your own thing, your seasoning, and you decide to make bottled seasoning, make pepper sauce, you're making juices, whatever, from local things you have. You're making cheese or stuff like that, yogurt from the milk that you have from your animals, fine. But if you are just buying things from all and everywhere and you're not producing anything and you want to process, you will not be able to. In fact, you'll be more considered to be manufacturing. New youth in agriculture, persons who meet the requirements of certain qualifications will be able to access this. You must be less than 40 years of age. I have lived to see the day where a youth is less than 40 years. In my days, you were 25 years and younger. Security cameras for security purposes. If you want to establish pastures, if you want to import animals for breeding stock, for those of you who are into livestock. If you want to post-harvest, if you want to have a facility for packing your produce and organizing and sorting, equipment for chilling and stuff like that, you can access the incentive. If you are working on hillside, some of you as farmers, and you do your banking and your terracing, you can access the incentive as well for a rebate for what you have spent on labor. Protected agricultural structures, if you construct greenhouses or any type of structures, shade structures. The fisheries persons, if you have fishing vessels, for example, new pirogues, you can get back a rebate on that, as well as multi-purpose vessels. For fishermen as well, you can get a vehicle, but you must own a certain number of vessels that you can find out. And aquaculture as well, for those who are desirous of getting into aquaculture, if you establish earthen ponds, mean just dig a hole in the ground, or if you have containerized tank systems as water tanks, you can get significant rebates on that for those systems, the pumps, the equipment as they go. The incentive process, folks. So you visit the office, you are a registered farmer, you visit the office, you have purchased certain goods or services and you want to get back an incentive. You visit the office, first of all, to find out what can I get back for this. The staff at the office will inform you of what you are and can apply for. I almost got to use the word entitlement. The incentive is not necessarily an entitlement. I'll explain that. So they will visit the office. You come with your original bills. We said, yes, this is an incentive that you can apply for. There's a particular application form. You fill out the form. You sign the form. It is given out to the extension officer who will visit you and who will, first of all, verify that you say you have what you have and it is being used for that purpose. And that is why I said that it's not an entitlement. You may have what is required, and I want us to understand, you may have what is required to qualify you, but it doesn't necessarily mean you are entitled. What do I mean by that? Let me give a typical example. Let me give a scenario. If you have 20 breeding sheep, you can qualify to purchase a vehicle. But what is the vehicle for? If I have 20 animals breeding, one will expect that you're purchasing the vehicle to either cut grass and carry to the animals, to purchase a ration at the feed shop, And perhaps if you need to move animals to market or stuff like that, fine. If you're doing that, the incentive is yours. But if you have a farmer who has 20 heads of animals, he says he wants a vehicle, but when we go to investigate, we find out that you're just running the sheep in a big pasture. You're not cutting any grass and carrying it for them. You're not buying any ration for them. And the people who buy animals from you just come by you, purchase it, put it on a vehicle. Then what is the need for the vehicle? Therefore, we can't justify that you need a vehicle. And I want us to understand that when you apply for an incentive, we have to make sure as part of our verification that it is actually necessary. It doesn't mean that you can buy anything and get an incentive. We have to verify that it is necessary for what you are doing, it is appropriate for what you are doing, and it is being used for the purpose. Knowing fully well, and I'm saying sorry to say, we always know how to abuse a good thing. For many of these 4,000 people who have applied as farmers, many of them is just to buy a brush cutter and get 50% off. And they're using it on the road for their work in the morning to clean, to cutlass the road. And it's really not really been used for agriculture. And these are the loopholes that people use, and really a breakdown in the system. So the extension officer verifies the claim, it comes back, it goes through several steps of verification and final processing, where I sign off finally in the end when I'm satisfied. And then it goes to the account section to be processed. When it is processed and the check is ready, then the applicant is notified and they can come and collect their incentives claim. And that's the end of the second presentation. I believe perhaps your questions can or probably should be held. I think there is a forum this afternoon where we would be here to answer some of your questions, concerns that you would raise on some of these and presentations this morning, as well as to further highlight or bring to the fore any other questions or concerns that you have. So I thank you for your time this morning, and I ask you to just please bear in mind we have some more presentations and they will follow shortly. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Murray, for what I found to be a very informative presentation on the areas of farm development and incentives, which are two topical areas in our sphere. He did outline a real view on the situation of land management in Tobago and the management processes and lack thereof that are in place. You know, he spoke about the requirements for the incentives, and these are key points that farmers need to take on board when planning for their enterprise. At this time, I'd like to pause to welcome and acknowledge our viewers that are joining us virtually via our social media platforms. Thank you for taking the time to be here with us. At this time, we will have another presentation by Mr. Darren Henry, Assistant Conservator of Forests in our department, and he will present on wildlife and pest management. Please welcome him.
Pleasant good morning. All protocol observed. As Alice Moy said, I am Darren Henry, the Assistant Conservator of Forests in the Department of Natural Resources and Forestry. My presentation this morning is entitled Wildlife Pest Management. You know, farmers are having a lot of challenges with pests out there. So we have some proposed solutions that we'll discuss. Right, so the contents of my presentation will follow. We look at the origin of biodiversity, look at a historical perspective, biodiversity of Tobago, some agricultural pests, possible solutions to pest challenges on the island, and just a reference basically. Right, so we talk about, biblically we know God created everything on the face of the earth basically. And we said that we were once connected to the South American mainland, mainly Venezuela, and slavery started in about 1783, and it ended between 1834-1838 period. So that's a period where a lot of plants, animals moved around the world, basically. That's when bamboo actually would have came into the island. We had the advent of indentured laborers, which in Trinidad and Tobago was in about 1845, and we know that they would have brought in their plants, animals, etc. And the whole movement of establishment of botanical gardens globally, where you have, in that period, 1900 period, you had approximately about 7,500 economic plants moved around the world globally. Right? We also have deliberate and accidental introduction of species. We have the pet trade, legal pet trade, and the illegal pet trade, or smugglers. We also have the horticulture industry, which is very big here in Tobago. The Orinoco current, which runs from Guyana all the way up to Speyside, and avifauna. Avifauna is just a big word for birds. Birds bring in seeds, and we have other birds that will migrate from Central South America. Right, the history of forest management in Tobago, we all might be aware that in 1776, the first ever conservation effort was made in the Western Hemisphere, and at that time, in the 18th century basically, the purpose of management was for watershed purposes. And then in the 19th century, 1885, where the Wildlife Ordinance came into being, we shifted from, well not we, but the management shifted from watershed management to wildlife management and conservation. Then we had in 1915-1941 period, we had another wild animal protection ordinance. So that was some of the first legislation that came out in the country. And after that, 1986, where the first set of trails were established, we looked at multi-purpose management. And in 1970 to approximately 2010, the forestry assisted farmers in culling cockatoos and parrot on their holdings. Right, biodiversity, just a few numbers. Bird species, we have approximately 263 to 265 species on this small piece of real estate. 24 species of snakes, 40 species of mammals, 16 species of amphibians, freshwater fish, approximately 13, lizards, 17, bats, 24, land snails, approximately 36 species, beetles, 670 species. This is what has been discovered thus far. There might be more out there. And the information came from University of Glasgow, Martin Kenifec, Environment Tobago, and of course, the University of West Indies. Right, so just some bird pests. We have the cockatoo, Rufous-vented chachalaka. The status is protected, and this affects almost everything, including tubers. We also have the orange-ringed parrots, protected in, it was a vermin before, but in 2016, somehow went to Parliament, they actually changed the status of it, and it became protected in 2016. So it affects a variety of fruits. We also have prettier, purple gallinule, better known as swampen, status protected, which mainly affects corn, dashings, and plantain. We also have the green rump parrotlet, protected also, mainly affects sorrel, oko, and pigeon peas. I mean, there might be other crops that they feed on, but these are the main ones. We also have the red-crowned woodpecker, status protected. This is a locally endemic species, basically mean that it's found in Tobago, but it's not found in Trinidad. We also have the green iguana, game species, affects mainly leafy vegetables. Actually, we were having some problems with this at Chief Secretary compound under, I think it was Mr. Kelvin Charles, where we had to put nets over the kitchen garden in order to allow this Chief Secretary to get some vegetables to eat. So we are aware of this situation. And of course, we have the red-tailed squirrel, which is actually a vermin and affects mainly cocoa. And of course, we have Mr. Agouti, which affects a large variety of crops. We all know agouti is a rodent, and it have a gestation period about 3 3 months gestation period, so that means it could probably breed 3-4 times per year, up to 12, 14 young ones. So rat is like a rat. So rat is actually a rat. So we know rat proliferates a lot basically. And there's actually a correlation between the amount of food source and the viability of species. So we have lots of food wasting, for example, mangoes. So plenty food, animals going to proliferate. You can't breed if you're not healthy, basically. So we have a healthy wildlife population. Right, so some possible solutions to some of the agricultural pest challenges. Consideration is being given to issuance of special permits during the close season. We know when the season closes, you can't hunt, or you're not supposed to be hunting. So we are looking at considering that to registered farmers. It must be done in a system whereby you had to probably take out a quota and for a particular time. We can't allow you just to kill everything because it will cause the species to diminish and it may become extinct. So in spite of the culling that can be done, we still have to take in mind the viability of the species. And this, if farmers who, once this happens, if farmers who have shot, because at this present time, forestry, we cannot assist any farmers in culling as was done in the past, right? We cannot, normally we used to go out, not we, but the other guys used to go out and cull birds on farm properties. We cannot do that at this present time. We just can't support farmers in that respect. So if you, once you obtain the permit and you have your means of culling, whether you have your pellet gun, legal pellet gun and legal shotgun, with a bit of monitoring by the small staff that we have, we'll be able to get some work done. Continuous research on species status and methods of control to reduce human and wildlife conflict. So we need to just keep doing research because the National Wildlife Survey was recently completed and we know for sure that in the main ridge, the agouti population is high, but we have never done an assessment on farmlands to determine, or in the urban areas to determine what is the status of the agouti population. We don't know if they come to the farmlands and go back to the forest or they actually reside on the farmlands. I mean, some farmers will actually know that per se. Right? We want to implement strategies to manage wildlife species that are protected as regards to possible conflict with laws and at the local level. Kind of similar to the first point. So for example, we know the cockacrow is a protected species in national birds. Maybe we could come up with some kind of mechanism whether we go out and find eggs and give it to wildlife farmers. We have to find something to help treat with it at the local level, knowing that national policy declares that is protected and is a national bird. Right? Well, actually, we received a proposal from CARDI, and I think a couple years ago at German University, where CARDI is proposing the use of a blasting gun, for want of better words, and the German University was proposing the use of high-frequency song, right? But actually, because they were due to bring in the equipment, but COVID struck, and things went down. But so we could revive that basically. We need to increase monitoring on farm holdings. Farmers need to pay, some farmers pay more attention to their holdings. You can't have a farm and only spend 2 hours on it and 8 hours birds and them doing what they want basically. So people need to monitor their farm holdings. We have a phobia for snakes on the island, so we tend to just kill snakes willy-nilly, for want of local words. So we need to think about stop killing. Farmers and hunters are killing boa constrictors on their holdings, and the boa constrictor is a natural predator to the agouti. So you kill the snake and then you come to us crying agouti mashing you up, for want of better words, local terms here. So we need to be conscious of that. Each animal has its specific role to play in the ecology to keep a balance. We also could look at considering falconry. There's a guy called Kelton, I think it's Thomas from Bonaccord. He usually uses that. You know, falconry, those long time thing, you have those big birds on your hand and you release them to send a message or so he actually does that. So you could try that. That is one thing, but that is mainly for the birds. And actually those birds big, so it might be able to catch a agouti also. So falconry, consider having dogs on holding. Actually this idea came from my good friend there, Mr. Owen Dillon. For agoutis, I think he's have a own success story at he have dogs on his property, on his farm, 3 acres in Gojbro, and he have no problems with agouti at all. So maybe that is something that you could do, farmers, maybe get some dogs, put them on some lines around your property and have them scare off the agoutis. This one might be a little ticklish. Maybe we may have to lobby to have the status of the cockcrow change. I'm not sure if it will happen in our lifetime. The cockcrow is a national bird. We know some people in Tobago call it the national pest, but it's still our national bird and it's protected by legislation. As I mentioned before, we need to do an evaluation of the agouti and iguana population on farmlands. We need to monitor and control the type of animals moving between Trinidad and Tobago. I think long time they used to do that, but it's not being done. I think that is one of the reasons why the African snail arrived here. It has not really impacted upon the agriculture industry, and we're hoping that it does not. So we need to set up those mechanisms and put in place. Practice better waste disposal on farms. We know some people have had a farm, chaka, rubbish all over the place. We know that encouraging rodents, rats, and we know rats will eat the corn seeds. It will eat seeds, and the urine from rats is a carrier of leptospirosis, and that could kill you. It could pee on your vegetables on its way to eating your corn or your grains, and it could kill you. Right? A project we can also develop, as I mentioned, is to collect eggs and young of pest species and probably give them to wildlife farmers. We have about 40 wildlife farmers who are wildlife farmers. They have their wildlife encaged, so maybe we could look at that method and also increasing the amount of people who are into wildlife farming as a means of assisting with the species out in the wild. Consider use of greenhouses because of climate change and possible increases in wildlife species. We know this is an expensive thing, but climate change is real. Sometimes we may actually have to resort to that because the kind of temperatures out there, sometimes some of the vegetables not growing as good as they should if you're not getting the right water regime. And it will also assist in keeping out some of the birds and things from your holdings. And of course, the last one is actually increasing appropriate staffing at the Department of Natural Resources and Forestry. I was doing a bit of research and I found this, I'm not sure if I could pronounce the name properly, anthraquinone is a chemical that they're using, I think, in some of the bigger countries, presently being used as a chemical repellent, a perch deterrent, insecticide, and feed deterrent in many wild birds and some mammals, insects and fish species. So we need more research, as I mentioned, in terms of, like, for example, this kind of product, and I think is relatively safe to humans and the environment. So these are some of the possible solutions that we could discuss a bit later. And we're here to listen to your complaints, and also we could work together as best as possible. And there are other, in India and those places, they fence their farms, but the most conflict there would be like elephants and tigers who could kill people. We don't have much, we have no big cats here, but in India and those places, the larger animals giving real challenge, giving farmers problems with like the elephants and the tigers and leopards. They are the ones that cause farmers and wildlife conflict. But we do have those big animals. And reference, and that is basically the end of my short presentation. So after lunch, I want to thank you for your time, and after lunch we will discuss further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. As we quickly move along this morning's program in the interest of time, I invite Ms. Alicia James, Information and Technology Specialist within the Division of Food Security, to present on information and communication technology use in agriculture.
Good morning, everyone. Right, so I am the person in charge of the IT department at the Division of Food Security. And I'm here to present a project, a prototype that I've proudly been working on for the data management needs of the Division of Food Security. So the problem we identified was that the division currently utilizes a number of data sources and instruments for the collection and management of farmers' data. These included, for example, a severely limited Microsoft Access database application utilized for the farmers' registration and incentives programs or processes, and paper-based forms, as well as Excel spreadsheets. Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me? Lovely, right. So the division is currently not able to efficiently manage and utilize farmers' data collected through these instruments, through the registration and incentives processes, as previously mentioned, via the mediums that they currently use. So the division is therefore not able to produce timely and meaningful quantitative reports for decision and policy making. So the solution that we would have developed allows for the consistent, complete, and correct collection of data, again, for the use by our technocrats and our policymakers. If you turn your attention to the screen on your right, you will see that it is a web-based application, again, developed in-house using several programming languages and frameworks. The first thing that you're presented with is a dashboard, which is a snapshot of data analyzed and insights at a glance. So you could see that if you log in, you would see all the active farmers, a count of all the active farmers. At the time that we received the database, there were 3,342 farmers in that database. That database now stands at over 4,000 farmers. You can have at a glance, I guess, enterprises that farmers are currently engaged in. Here we have examples of cassava. You could see that there are 321 cassava farmers according to this database. Dasheen, lettuce, tomatoes. You could also have a snapshot of livestock farmers, a count of livestock farmers by the various enterprises they are engaged in, as well as we have here the count of the farmers by districts. Right? As you know, there are 8 districts in Tobago. The extension officers frequently visit these 8 districts, and farmers are registered and generally categorized according to these districts. And lastly, on our dashboard, you can search for a farmer by name. So later, if you want to come and try to type in your name and see if you're there, we can allow you to do that. Right? On the left, we have a menu of generally reports. So you could see farmers by enterprises. Could go ahead and click on that. Right, and you can tell right away which enterprises farmers are engaged in the most, which enterprises farmers are engaged in the least. And of course, this can help to tailor incentives programs and other programs based on consistent and complete data. All right, so if you go back out, we also have a report on the demographics of farmers. So you could tell that generally in Tobago, we have more male farmers than female farmers. You can tell farmers by age, 20 to 30. So generally, farmers ages 60 to 70, that's the demographic of our farmers in Tobago. All right, so let's look, we also have locality as well. At the time that we would have received the data, again, we would have recognized that there were some errors in terms of the collection of data. So our first project was generally to capture this data and reproduce it for the incentives unit so that they would have a task of sanitizing the data and making it more useful, more relevant. Right? We could probably take a look at a farmer. Right, so again, this data was based on the farmer's registration process. So you would note that the farmer's registration number is there, as well as their biodata. You could turn into the enterprise tab, and you will see which enterprises each farmer is engaged in a major or minor capacity, as well as the parcels the farmer currently farms. Right, we would have also included a map based on ongoing discussions that we've been having. We wanted to be able to locate farmers by their GPS coordinates. So we've actually included a map with the coordinates of, this is just example data. So when you click on the map, the incentives unit or extension officer is directed to the location of the farmer's holdings. All right, so we'll just wait for it to load a sec. All right, some other features we hope to explore while we wait on that to load. We hope to allow notifications and automation. We understand that the farmer's registration process is generally, or the registration of a farmer is generally valid for 1 year or 3 years, depending on the validity or your ability to produce valid documents for verification. So we hope to streamline that process to be able to allow the incentives unit to be informed in a more timely manner when a farmer's registration is about to expire. We also want to include the ability to collect current and historical data that would allow for forecasting, for example, and again to produce reports on trends generally in the market. We also want to allow better management and oversight, well, that was mentioned, of the registration and incentives application processes. So we want to include certain features like indicating when an application is pending, and hopefully have that information not just available internally, but to you, so that you can track your application process and that sort of thing. Right, some use cases for the this tool would include higher efficiency in terms of targeted service delivery. Again, as we would have mentioned, we're able to, depending on the granularity of the data we produce, you're able to determine the farmer's locality. That could inform incentives in those areas. That could inform agribusinesses in those areas. That could inform agro-processors in those areas where they could get their raw materials and that sort of thing. We want to encourage, again, the collection of more consistent data. As we would have mentioned, the database that we would have received does contain some inconsistencies due to the limitations of the instruments that were previously used. So we want to improve on that. Again, we want to allow forecasting. So not just collecting what enterprise each farmer is engaged in, but you also want to collect quantities in terms of how many heads of lettuce, how many cattle, how many sheep, and again, their possible date of, well, when they would be available, that kind of thing. So this again encourages the development of solutions for farmers using the data from this database. We could also create linkages that will help us to better monitor state lands and ensure that farmers are using the state lands as intended. Also allows the linkages of agriculture to technology. So again, the extension officers don't have to come around with paper to take notes of data. They will walk around with possibly tablets and that sort of things. We could include QR codes on your holdings that might link to GPS coordinates and that kind of thing for land management and that sort of thing. It might also better allow the policymakers to monitor access road programs and that sort of thing. Imagine, for example, we have access roads that don't necessarily serve that many farmers in a certain area. You may want to concentrate your resources to building access roads to farmers in another locality. This data management tool will allow you to do that by being able to identify farmers, as well as, again, working with quantitative data. So it will allow you to determine not just how many farmers are in an area, but generally their capacity in terms of what they are producing. Right? We also want to build on this to not just include farmers. Of course, we want to include agro-processors so that, again, you would know where to get your raw material from by being made aware of who the farmers are of these raw materials and what area they are currently located. We also want to include the fisher folk, for example. We also want to include apiculturists, that sort of thing. Right? Of course, we know that there will be concerns in terms of the privacy and consent required to allow your data to be, for example, hosted on a website. Another limitation is that the division doesn't currently have a website, which we are working on, so that perhaps in the future you might be able to input your farmer's registration number and ensure that your data is correct, or again, monitor your application process for incentives. And again, as we would have mentioned, the data that we would have received does have some limitations in that it is not entirely accurate. So we can't leave here and say that we have 321 cassava farmers at present. We do have to do some sanitization of this data, which will take some time. And of course, we would require some more resources internally. Thus far, this application has not cost the division anything because we would have used open source tools and or expertise to build this application internally. So our GPS coordinates have finally loaded. And as you can see, if we include GPS coordinates with your farmer's data, we will then be able to accurately detect your land holdings and reproduce it to the incentive officers and other internal stakeholders. And I will leave you with that. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Ms. James, and let's give a round of applause to the team from the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development. We move on to the other segment of presentations, which would be under the Tobago Agribusiness Development Company, TADCO. And first up, we have an overview of TADCO's vision and mission that would be presented by the Chairman of Board of Directors, Mr. Ricardo Alfred. Welcome him to the lectern.
Yes, so good morning to all. So first of all,
I want to say sorry again for our late start. I know I'm just seeing some of the faces in terms of slight frustration and stuff like that. So the idea behind today really is to really get the issues from the farmers and the agro processors and what the division is doing and what we at TADCO are doing actually. So first of all, I want to say sorry for that. So we at TADCO, Tobago Agri Business Development Company, would have done some different strategic moves as regards to where we want to be. So it's very important that we actually express this to the farmers and to the agro-processors and the different stakeholders. So I would just start briefly and just say, well, good morning again to everyone. So, as I said, we, the board, have implemented some new strategies that is actually going to be aligned as regards to TADCO products and services. At the end of the day, we want to work directly with the farmer and the agro-processor. So our vision really is to be that, that person to come to, that authority or that company to come to as regards to agro-processing business in Tobago and promote your business as regards to farming or agro-processing. The mission really is for your guys to, to increase your assets as regards to branding, as regards to being known for something. Tobago is a brand. I myself am a registered farmer. I still believe that I have the best farm in Trinidad and Tobago. I want to put that out there. But at the end of the day, we want to embrace every one of you guys. I know that I just want to make it clear to the agro-processors, we are not here to compete, and we're not here to compete with anyone. The idea is to work with you in developing your product. TADCO vision is to be an exporter as well of some of our products. I have found a lot of markets for some of you actually, in terms of your products. I see we have Mr. Moore here. Definitely have a very key interest in your products, so we're definitely going to have some conversation. I see we have persons from the Argyle group there. There was a guy who spoke about the indigenous products. So I want to put it out there to some farmers. The blue dasheen, there's definitely a market for that. So we are actually going to be working with you guys one-on-one. We have actually engaged certain entities as regards to helping you and building your product. You're going to hear more of it. I know time is going. I really don't want to engage you guys so much. But just know that we are here to work with you and to make sure that your product is going to get the relevant recognition and development as we are going forward from TADCO. Right? So I'm going to be very short on that. So we'll move on to the other presenter. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alfred. We move to a series of presentations from 3 directors in the company who will bring remarks on policy proposal for crops, livestock processing, and farmland distribution. First up, we have Mr. Owen Dillon, Director of Crops. He'll be immediately followed by Dr. Melissa Williams-Reed, Director of Livestock, who will be followed by Mr. Lovelace, D. Lovelace, Director of Processing.
A pleasant good morning to all. Let me first acknowledge the technical officer within the Division of Food Security, Mr. Carl Murray, my chairman, Mr. Ricardo Alfred, all the technical staff of the Agricultural Division. Permit me to just read some information, some from CNN, so you'll have a backdrop of where we are, where food is concerned. And this was this last week. Chicken and rice crisis, as it has been dubbed, is just the latest sign of food shortage that are being felt across the world. Russia invasion of Ukraine, COVID-related supply chain problem, and extensive weather all contribute to the shortage and forcing higher prices. We are all aware of the fact what is happening around the world where food is concerned. In Malaysia, the last shipment of chicken went to Singapore last Tuesday. I'm not sure if many of you are aware of that. The last shipment of chicken went to Singapore. Singapore is a wealthy island, but short on agriculture production. Why am I saying that this morning? Most of us are not aware that we have a problem dressed on the road coming to us. It might be as close as Hawkins to coming our way. I heard the TO mention a while ago, about 80% of the food that we consume on this island is coming from outside. Are we aware, if Mr. Ryan could observe, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent awakened this morning and decide no food to be left, to be shipped, whatever situation will have been. I'm saying to us this morning as farmers, the best time to be a farmer is now. I repeat, the best time to be a farmer is now. My responsibility this morning is to bring remarks. I'm very concerned where we are as a people. Food is a must. We have to eat when the day comes. At TATCO, our role is really to facilitate the process as we go forward. Every farmer would like to know at the end of the day where his product is going to. We at TATCO is doing everything possible to continue to identify market for your products. Every farmer should be aware of the fact that the production is supposed to be market driven. What am I saying? You must have a market for the product that you produce. It is not good enough to produce something and hope to find a market after it's been ready for the market. TATCO is taking that responsibility of identifying market for you. There are specific crops that have already been identified, for example, cassava, sweet potato, dasheen. Those are some of the crops that have already been identified. We have a food production manager who is going to give us some more information as we go along this morning. And the reason why we have selected those items, they're the items that we believe we can add value to, so we can make money. As the technical officer mentioned before, it's very difficult for us in Tobago to compete with Trinidad because of the scale of production. So we have decided to choose specific items where we can add value so we can make money. There is not money in primary production when agriculture, the money is in value added. We would have recognized pretty recently there was a shortage of baby food on the US market. Most of us sitting here, I believe most of us, not all, because there are some young ones, would have grown up on cassava porridge as infants. And I'm saying, I believe the opportunity is right where we can put on the market a cereal formula for babies out of Tobago. It's possible. We are known for safety. Let us continue to provide safe and healthy food for the people of Tobago and by extension the other people. I know a lot of people talk about export. I'm not one of the person who is jumping in the export bag, and the reason why we have 1.3 million people right next door who are in need of safe foods. And the reason why I say safe food, there is food and food. And we're all aware of that. I want to encourage our farmers this morning. Let us try to make food available, accessible, and most of all, affordable. There is no longer cheap food, but we can make food affordable to the citizens of this island. Thank you. Continue to have a good day.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols being observed. Firstly, let me thank you for taking the time out of your very busy schedule to be here with us today. And secondly, let me commend all the farmers and agro-processors that are within our presence today for rising to the challenge in spite and despite of all the constraints that we face. I know usually when we hear about agriculture development, agriculture improvement, the livestock farmers always ask, so what happened? We is the black sheep in the bunch, but don't worry, we at TADCO, we acknowledge the contribution that you make towards food security on the island. We know when that time comes, we are going to open the floor for you to air your concerns and your challenges. And I know that some of the challenges that we are going to hear from you is that of predial larceny. I know that predial larceny is actually a regional conversation that is being held right now. We are all being faced with that issue of the sheep van coming to Tobago and carrying down our products to Trinidad. And I know that the second and the burning challenge that you guys are going to talk about is that of the continuous hike in the prices of feed. At TADCO, we are offering a 5% discount in feeds. That is for the registered farmers. Once you have your valid farmers registration, we do have that 5% discount that can aid in at least reducing some of your cost of production. I know that we do have climate change that is also an issue that is affecting the season and is eventually going to affect water. We know that water is very important when it comes to agriculture and livestock production. At TADCO, what we propose to do what we call contract farming. And for those of you who already know what contract farming is, just to reinforce, and for those of you who don't know, we are going to be giving you the inputs, and that is for poultry production. We are going to be giving you the inputs. So that would be the feed, we'd give you the chicks, and we are going to provide that technical support that is needed. At the end of the growth phase, we are going to collect the produce from you and we are going to market it. Of course, we are going to set guidelines. You are going to have to meet certain criteria, right? With that being said, that does not mean that at the end of this presentation or at the end of the forum that we are going to have a contractual agreement for you. It therefore means that today, right, starts that process of developing that contract so that we can have farmers being engaged in that form of contract farming, right? So after lunch, we are going to open the floor for you to air your concerns. We are also going to be inviting you to register with TADCO if you are interested. So what we are going to do is that for the contract farming for poultry, we are going to do it in a phase basis. So the first phase actually starts today, right? That first phase would basically to get the information, get the farmers that are actually interested, and we are going to develop an assessment criteria. So we are going to visit your farm. We're going to ensure that you meet those criteria, and then from there, once you are selected to work with TADCO, we are going to provide training. We know that it is something that you do on a daily basis, but in order to ensure that we do have good agricultural practices and we do have food safety, we are going to be providing training, and the final phase would actually be that of the issuing of the contracts, right? The poultry contractual agreement is what is going to lay the foundation for the other livestock species to follow. The other livestock species may not be as in-depth as the poultry in terms of we giving you all the necessary inputs, but we are going to provide a market for your produce. With that being said, I want to encourage the agro-processors, because most times when we see agro-processing, we usually see from crop produce. So I am challenging the agro-processors to please get involved in the processing of livestock product. The issue here that we face in Tobago is that of product differentiation, meaning we have only the primary product that is actually being used. So we will actually sell the meats, we will sell the eggs. The egg industry is developed in that they actually would use their eggs to do bakery stuff and other processes, but in terms of the livestock and the meats itself, we do not have enough agro processing or value addition being done. If we look at the market right now, we will realize that we are convenient consumers, right? We do have the mummies that are quite busy doing their house chores and actually having to work a 8 to 4 job, right? So they are looking for produce that actually makes the cooking aspect quite a bit easier. The time will come where we are going to invite the agro-processors of livestock to showcase their products so that Tobago can know what it is that you're producing, and we can know where we actually can access those products, right? So I am calling on all agro-processors of livestock to please be on the standby, because that time will come for you to actually showcase your talent. So my task this morning was just simply to bring remarks on behalf of the livestock sector of TADCO, and I invite you to please, when the forum is open for you to air your concerns, please let your concerns and your challenges be known. I cannot guarantee that I can give you a solution to all the problems that you're actually facing, but the whole aim and objective today is basically to find a balance so that we can all work in harmony for the greater good and development of agriculture on the island. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. Well, I'm here to deal with agro-processing, right? TADCO policy on agro-processing engagement, right? TADCO main goal is the facilitation and strengthening of an enabling environment for growth and entrepreneurship. Globally, there is a need for processed agricultural products. Thus, you, the farmer, and the agro-processor, with TADCO, can take advantage of the opportunity and the economic transformation through agro-business development. Our objectives are to manage safely, legality, and quality of product produced and endorsed by TADCO. Aid in production and process standardization. Assist in issues of quality and product development. Enforce norms and standards. Enforce norms and standards for agro-processing on the island through TADCO endorsement mark. Creation of market access. Provide insight into new technology and trend in processing. Aid in production, cost based on raw material and manufacturing costs, thereby ensuring products are profitable and affordable to produce. Aid in product testing to ensure safe and market access. Facilitate business linkages that will be beneficial to all parties involved. Linkages, mode of engagement with TADCO, bottom-up linkage. That is the customization of initiative to the needs of you, the agro-processors, to position you as a supplier of large firms and businesses. Thus, TATCO has engaged lead firms to drive market linkages. A lead firm is a large, dynamic business that has an established market presence on the national, regional, or international level. TATCO is the facilitative agent between the lead firm and the agro-processor. Example of lead firms include supermarket chain, which requires finished product, industrial food, beverage, and manufacturers, global traders requiring semi-processed products, hotels, and other food service providers. TATCO will provide you with advisory services, capacity building to meet specific industry standards. For example, quality, labor conditions, and sustainability. TATCO will provide contracts and advanced purchasing agreements. TATCO will be the facilitators of firms or agency financing, facilitators of business or market. The development of a supply association or clusters for specific products that will drive products. Research shows that this arrangement reap great results. I want to repeat that. The development of suppliers association. You know, one thing that we really want to encourage is, you know, forming clusters and also creating associations and these things. Because, for example, preservatives, right? Every time we talk preservative, you know, first thing come to my mind is red mango or these kind of things. But preservative go way more than that, right? And by forming association and these kind of things, the flower association and this, you know, you will be able to go bigger. Because I always wonder, avocado. We bought, you know, you see avocado here from Costa Rica and all those places. Oh, right? I think we have one of the best avocados in the world, right? But why we can't export that, you know? Because it have a technology that keep it green for a while. So you can export it and as preservative, I think we can do that. But we need to come together and have the conversation. And I think that is why TATCO is here. And for the processors, in closing, I want to say to you that TATCO does not want you just to survive. TATCO wants you to make a difference. Thanks very much.
Thank you to the directors for giving us the insights into the operations at TATCO. Moving along swiftly, we go into an overview of the program, of the operations at TATCO. And firstly, we will hear from Ms. Sandra Williams, Primary Production Manager, as she presents on primary production. Please welcome her.
Technical Officer for Natural Resources, Food Production, Food Security, Natural Resources, Environment, and Sustainable Development. Now, I've been in agriculture for a very long time, and the names keep changing, so forgive me. Chairman of the Board of Directors for TATCO, other members of the head table, my colleagues in agriculture, and I just want to pause a moment to honor the presence of all the farmers, the agro-processors, the livestock farmers, livestock producers, and other stakeholders who gave up their valuable time to be here today and who is up to this moment is very present. I just want you to just give yourself a very round of applause. So TATCO's big idea is, as you've been hearing, is to create pathways where markets are available for agro persons, anybody who's involved in agriculture, to grow. And to do so, both farmers and livestock producers must look at their attitude and practices, and they must bring them in line with the expectations of the food industry. Farmers and livestock persons like yourselves must also understand that agriculture production is a science. And in so doing, TATCO has decided to develop what you call a commodity supply program, which intends to bring producers and farmers up to the local and international market standards. The program is geared towards ensuring that you have high quality and safe agricultural raw materials, that they are available for TATCO sales and marketing, but also their operations, but also for agro-processors on the island, because the input requires for agro-processors must also be of a high quality. Good quality in, good products out. So this program encircles the provision of something what we call a technical backstopping services for production, for quality management, and for markets to build, as I said, the farmers and livestock producers' business capacity. So the focus areas for the crops are cassava, breadfruit, dasheen, sweet potato, and plantain. For the livestock, we want to kickstart with poultry, then we get to the pigs, then small ruminants, and then we'll move with what our survey would show us to do with the other livestock areas. So what we want to do is to instigate and facilitate this agricultural production. So TATCO intends to implement the following action steps to do so. They want, first of all, to enhance both you, the farmer, and the livestock producer, enhance your system of production. And we want to use a science-based method to do this. And this would also include using technologies like smart technologies, like the digital technology. And you have part of it being demonstrated a little while ago. So one of those technology will tell you when your soil is too dry, you need water. You don't need to do something else to do that. You could have a technology for that. When your crop is ready for harvesting, you could provide a technology to do that. So we could work with stakeholders in these areas to help you bring your farm to a level of production, and you don't have to worry. Of course, we said the provision of a contractual arrangement to supplier to guarantee consistency for the supply for all the markets that we would have found for the farmers, you the farmers, but also to ensure that you have a constant market. TATCO also want to facilitate or instigate the implementation of quality assurance scheme towards farm certification. And you heard about the endorsement mark. So what are some of the outputs of this? We anticipate that the participants in our commodity supply program would benefit by having an expanded self-employment opportunities for both the farmers and the livestock persons. You will have increased sales, increased earnings. Most of all, we'll have safer and superior fresh produce offering here in Tobago. And I want to agree with Mr. Dillon, we start at home first. Charity begins at home. Consistent supply of agriculture produce for Tobago, then we could move it on to some other place. Increased sales, obviously, for TATCO also. And what are some outcomes that we are looking at? The outcomes that we are looking at is that overall in Tobago, as the Secretary would said, our livelihood from agriculture would be increased. We make some money. We want to see people driving some Benz with agriculture. Do you agree with me? You want to drive some big cars to build some big houses. Am I talking to people in the room today? Yes, we want to make agriculture a business that is profitable. Okay? And I thought you would have just burst with some claps and say, yeah, this is what I want for me. I'm validating this for you. And so I believe that farming in Tobago could provide that avenue where you can be self-sufficient and not be dependent on handouts. So that's one of the benefits, the outcomes, a big outcome. And another big idea, the big outcome is stewardship for the farming community. It takes a village to raise a child. And if we as a community could rise up and have every person have stewardship, say go to the market to buy your food, your fresh produce. You know the farmer down the road, you know when you buy from the market you could and you're cooking the food, you could remember the farmer. You build that community around, you tell your children about it so they take care of the environment. And so the farming community from consumer right around the value chain will accept our food and will buy our food, and then you will have consistent movement in it. So we want to see that outcome. And also we want to make a tangible contribution to our food security here in Tobago. So those are some of the outcomes. So to do so, we want to ensure, remember I spoke a while ago about safety, right, and quality. Remember that? You with me? Right. So quality and safety are essential. And to do so, there must be a quality assurance scheme, both for the meats, livestock, and value-added production, because high quality is needed. Is needed. You cannot decide that this is not good, so it goes to agro-processing. You cannot decide that this tomato is wilted, so I carry it still anyway. No. When we start with a high quality, and so we will guide you towards that. Mr. Dillon spoke about the green agriculture and alluded to inputs. So the two major standards that we'll be using to ensure that we have high quality will be good agricultural practices, that is for the crop production people. And the good agricultural practices is based on the global standards, the European standard, and it's also based on the Food Safety Modernization Act of the USA. Now, the second standard is good manufacturing practices for those who in meat production. These require, we will help you to get to those standards. GAP, Good Agricultural Practices, and it's called GAP, is now a national standard for fresh produce here in Trinidad and Tobago. So the government of Trinidad and Tobago has passed this in cabinet. Those of you who are interested in the GAP standard, you could find it at the TTBS website and you could purchase that standard for yourself. So farmers can now sell their commodities, leverage bigger firms like the Macy's or the Price Smart and sell their produce once they have acquired that kind of standard. So accordingly, TADCO will roll out a code of practice to ensure all this will happen, and all these standards will go along with what is established here in Trinidad and Tobago. So we'll use standards by government agency like the Chemistry, Food and Drugs and the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards. And the standards will run, or the quality assurance will run from production, harvesting, storage, slaughtering, transportation, grading, right up to the consumer for everything from meats and for fresh commodities. So all commodities that are purchased on the TADCO, whether they purchasing for agro processors or for the sales, for their sales unit of to marketing of your product to build your business, all these must meet the national standards of acceptance. Is that a good deal? I think it is. So meat producers, you'll be good manufacturing practices and HACCP, and fresh producers, good agricultural practices. So what is the system of production? TADCO will provide you with something called a technological package. And this is a package that will be authorized by TADCO for all its suppliers. And the suppliers must agree to adopt and use these practices. And TADCO will recommend the varieties for each crop that I mentioned before, and will coordinate the first tranche of planting material to you. Isn't that good? I think it's good stuff. Yeah? And then we just spoke about as farm certification. So your farm will go through the process with the national agencies in Trinidad, like NAMDEFCO and the Ministry of Agriculture, to ensure that your farm is certified, or for where the meats are concerned, that you will have an endorsement mark. And once you have that mark, as I said before, it opens doors for markets. Then we spoke about contract farming. This is an agreement between you, the supplier, and TADCO, and we will be willing and able to sit with you. I think we will be meeting with you very soon after, but we talk about that. Those who are interested in supplying TADCO, and TADCO will sit with you, will use something called an established cost of production model to come up with some prices, and so we'll work with you with that, with the prices. So any supplier to TADCO will be required to enter into a contractual arrangement with the company. We will form synergies with other stakeholders on your behalf. So we will speak to ensure that your commodities that you are doing the production or the rearing, to make sure that it's of the highest and of the safest quality. So accordingly, we will collaborate with chemical companies that will use safe and green chemicals, and we just had a workshop recently, I think it's in April it was, with a chemical company. That is the direction in which we want to go. We want to engage persons who know about high yielding performance of crops, so we could also bring them on board to help you, the farmer, you, the livestock producer, to grow your business as from the grounds up to harvesting. So, obviously, nothing is free, so there must be some kind of requirements for this, for operations, our commodity supply program that we want to roll out, and without which, if we don't have you, we cannot roll out the program. But what is required to participate in this program? First, you must be a registered farmer or livestock farmer. So you must have a valid identification card or number from the Division of Food Security. Now, if you don't, you could go register and you'll be fine. You must complete our pre-selection application form, and that form is available today. You can start, go to register today. Even at the lunch break, you can do that. You must have adequate land for what we want. So if you're doing cassava, we don't anticipate that you come to register if you have 2 lots of land. That will be for something else. Cassava, we want to have it in acreage, large acreage. As we spoke about, you must be willing to enter into a contractual arrangement with TATCO. You must agree to the purchase price, so we don't change the price as time goes along. The market goes up and you want to change it. You must agree to the fixed price. And you must be willing to undergo the training and capacity building and quality assurance program that we will have been in place to roll out for you to assist you to move ahead. We will have a cyclic area of purchasing. We also agreed to that cyclic protocol that we would have developed, and whether we are doing farm gate pickup or whether you are coming to drop it off, all those agreements must be kept. So TATCO is committed to equitable treatment to ensure high productivity in the production sector and will provide technical support and capacity building to all selected suppliers. And the support is included, but is not limited to what I'm about to say. You will have soil testing done. We'll work with the Ministry of Agriculture to have your soil tested. We would have started that with some persons already. Doing the soil tests will tell you whether or not you require to fertilize or you require to just beef up the soil in liming or whatever, but doing a soil test is a prerequisite to good agriculture production. I spoke about the technological package. We show you exactly how to plant. We provide the planting material, as I said. We provide business support to you because agriculture is a business. And we want to move, or we want to channel your mind away, we want to infuse in you the concept of a business and not just a hobby or when I feel like. So if you have a business, you go to your business every day, attend to it. So you do your finances, you do your forecasting, all of this will be provided by TATCO through facilitation. Produce management and safety will be high on TATCO's list because everybody wants a nutritionally good produce. There's a big movement in wellness, big movement in health, and so TATCO wants to guarantee that the producers are safe. TATCO also wants to guarantee that your losses on the farm, sometimes you harvest, you anticipate a field, and half of it you have losses by spoilage. TATCO want to come there and build your capacity where you could reduce those losses and to help you at the end of the day to make some money. Okay, so we're gonna look at building a capacity in workers' hygiene, in agriculture, water capacity, in post-harvest management, in sanitation, all of that will be done. So we want to take this moment right now to tell you, farmers, that there is an opportunity to register for our commodity supply program where you supply us. If you have any further information, you could contact the office at 639-4017, and the extension is 1017. That number is 639-4017. The extension is 1017. You contact that number and you will have more information on where to go. You'll be directed to a unit that can better assist you. So I want to thank you for being here this morning. As we transition agriculture in Tobago, I want to welcome you on board so that we will continue, or we will start to redefine local taste by using our local produce right here in Tobago. I want to thank you so much.
Hear from you, the farmers, agro-processors, and other stakeholders during that segment, which is after lunch. At this time, I will invite Ms. Natalie Allen Processing Manager at TADCO, to address you on processing and value addition.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. I would like to welcome you all here today. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity where the agro-processors are here, where we could have this first conversation in moving forward and in growing agribusiness into business. I will be speaking to quality assurance, the endorsement mark at the processing level, and product and process standardization. Now, value addition, as you know, is taking that agricultural produce and adding value to it, making it more usable in the long term. There are different levels of value addition. So level 1 would speak to just minimal processing, so you're just going to peel, wash, and you put away for further use. Level 2, you will grind or cut and put away for further use. Or level 3, where you will actually go into processing and manipulating that raw material into something further, whether it may be flour or you may can or pasteurize and that sort of thing. Level 3 is where there's chemical alteration. Level 4, sorry, is where there's chemical alteration. TADCO is involved in 3 levels. We are involved at level 1, where, well, 2 levels, sorry. We are involved at level 1, where raw materials are procured, peeled, cleaned, and stored for further use, which you, the agro-processor, is available for you, the agro-processor, to use in your processing. We are also engaged at level 2, where we take the raw materials a further step by grinding and slicing. This is also available to the agro-processor upon request. Currently, TADCO is not processing at level 3, but we are presently putting our factory in place where we will be able to do further processing at that stage. Quality assurance. Now you hear about quality assurance, but what is it really? Quality assurance is a process of determining whether products meet specified requirements. What requirements? These would be the requirements that would be set out by TADCO, that the agro-processors attached to us or endorsed by us will have to follow. And this would be meeting international standards as well as national standards. High quality is not an added value, but rather an essential basic requirement. Quality does not relate solely on the end products and services you provide as an agro-processor. It also entails the way in which farmers, so it's from the farm level, the way in which farmers, agro-processors, and their employees perform tasks and the job procedures they follow to produce these products and services. Job procedures should be as efficient as possible and continuously improving. So how is TADCO going to help you increase your efficiency and and the way in which and your procedures in which you follow? We are going to ensure that we facilitate workshops. We also would do process checks and adjustments where necessary. You heard about the endorsement mark, and at the processing level, you may be wondering what this endorsement mark is about. So it is a recognizable badge of trust and reassurance to lead firms, as Mr. Lovelace would have spoken about before. Lead firms are persons that are already in the market. They already have a footing, whether it may be locally, internationally, right? So it's a badge of reassurance that the product is not only safe, but it is of high quality that is issued by TADCO. How can you be endorsed? Now the endorsement, some persons like to maintain their identity. So they they want TATCO to help them with marketing, but they prefer to have their own labeling and that kind of thing. You can be endorsed by TATCO, but so you can be endorsed by TATCO, so the endorsement sticker would go on your product as is. Or you can be endorsed by coming under the TATCO umbrella and under the TATCO label. How do you do that? There's an interest form that is on the outside that you could, that is the first step, so that you complete the interest form. After which, you must facilitate an evaluation visit by myself, the processing manager, or a quality assurance representative from TATCO. There's also going to be, sensory evaluation of the product or products that you process. After which, if you have not done so, we assist in recipe standardization to ensure that you have the consistency and the quality product each and every time. We are also, there's also going to be a process and facility inspection against a draft process flow diagram. So what happens when we visit your facility, we will develop a process flow diagram that takes your product from the purchasing level to the completed product. And on that chain, we will observe where hazards may exist, point them out, and actually come up with controls for them so as to ensure that your product is what it should be in the end. We are also, the other step is product testing. Then there's where you would become registered as a supplier, whether it may be supplier to TATCO under your own label or supplier to TATCO under the TATCO label, followed by the signing of a contractual agreement. The next step is product and process standardization. What is it and what it entails under that particular heading? So, food safety compliance, ingredient specification and documentation, product standardization, process, sanitation, and safety procedures. How does TATCO approach food safety compliance assessment with agro-processors? First, it is executed during processing. So you're not just going to come to your facility and say, well, here is where I do this stuff. We are actually coming when you are processing to see how you operate. So that will be done, and it is done with an evaluation tool called the Agro-Processor Production Practices Checklist. After this, there's going to be this checklist has assessment categories, and these categories include personal hygiene, building hygiene, building hygiene and design, operational control, maintenance and sanitation, and access to traffic pattern and traffic patterns. So if it is when you are processing your raw material, your finished product should not cross back where your raw materials actually came in, those kind of things that we will be looking at. And if it is, sometimes you may be operating in a small space, your practices during processing, that is what we are going to look at if you are sanitizing, actually cleaning everything before you actually take your product to the next level. Ingredient specification and documentation. Agro-processors are assisted if you do not have a standardized recipe. Agro-processors are then assisted in listing of ingredients utilized, that is brand, type, etc. Sometimes I'm just giving examples, you may start your business and you would be processing using, you may have started using Nestle condensed milk, and then you started using Eve, but then the quality between the two milk might be different, and people start to complain about your product. If it is you're starting using one particular, you need to continue. And even if that particular raw material isn't available, you must have a replacement with a standardized recipe, because in some cases you may have to use more of the replacement. You may be using 4 Nestle condensed milk in one case, but if you're using Eve, you may have to use 5 or whatever. I'm just giving an example. Right? There's also going to be process flow verification with an on-site visit. So after the flow chart is developed and all that kind of thing, we will come and actually look at the process flow again while you are producing to ensure we would have identified all the space where hazards can come into place and make the adjustments as needed. So it's not going to just be sitting down in the office. It is actually, we are actually coming out and working with you. It's not going to be sitting down in the office and coming up with a plan. We're actually going to come and see what you are doing, where and how a hazard can come into place, and we make the adjustments as needs be. Product standardization. So this is where your recipe, your method of cooking, the time, the temperature, and everything is documented, so you utilize that each and every time. Process sanitation and safety procedures. The procedure types, those things that we will help you with and ensure that you institute would be your personal hygiene practices. It may seem simple, but it is something that is very important. Building hygiene, how you clean your building, the outer part of the building, who is next to you. Sometimes your facility may be situated next to an area that is overgrown. You may have to access public health, or you may even have to maintain that space yourself to limit the issues of pests and that kind of thing. Receiving and storage procedures, how you do that. Good manufacturing practices, integrated pest management is not about you going to the supermarket and buy the rat bait. You are processing for people. You are not a professional. Leave it up to the professionals. It's about you asking someone. It's quite affordable. There are the pest control agents that come around and actually do what they are supposed to do. And we also speak about supplier control. So under the there are situations where you, let's say for example, you're buying raw material. TATCO may provide some of the raw material that you may be using, but then some things that you are using within your process, TATCO may not be retailing those. What you need to do is to ensure that you visit this supplier. You know it has to be somebody that's reputable, someone that you could trust, and to ensure, because if a bad product, as Ms. Williams said, if bad raw material go into your final product, then it could never ever, no matter how you cook it, be a good and quality and safe product at the end. That is the end of my presentation, and I welcome you to ask any questions during the question and answer segment.
Thank you, Ms. Aline. I know that some of us are eager to get our concerns in, so we are moving into the final presentation for this morning's segment. Thereafter, we'll break for lunch, and then we will return for the open forum, where your questions, concerns will be featured. At this time, I would invite Mr. Ricardo Alfred, Chairman at TATCO, to present on TATCO's business development model, and also on the Taste of Tobago day and night market concept.
Yeah, so good day again. So in the interest of time, what I will do, I think you have heard a lot about TATCO and what we can do for the farmers and the agro-processors. I want to also say that in Ms. Allen's presentation, she mentioned about the chicken. So we at TATCO have actually taken a decision that we are no longer going to be supporting the foreign chicken. And we are definitely going to be working with the local guys, those who are involved in the poultry, to supply Tobago, where we could actually create a local box of chicken, if you want to call it that, right? I was asking for 5 minutes of your time, because I really want you guys to go and get your lunch and then come back with the questions, right? So that's 5 minutes, right? So we are speaking about farmers and we are speaking about the agro-processors, but I think more could be done for the agro-processors. So what we are actually going to do, with your assistance of course, is that we're going to provide a space where agro-processors can come and showcase your product, whether it be night or day. We are actually going to be using that space up at Shore Park there by Orange Hill where the temporary market was. So it's going to be, for those of you who are familiar with what goes on around the savannah in Trinidad, where you can actually come, a place where you could actually have your sauce, corn, cane juice, whatever agro-processor products you're going to have. So we are going to be doing that for you guys because it is definitely a need for the agro-processors from Charlottesville to Crown Point to have a space where you can actually come and display your product, and you can actually have persons in one area. It's sufficient parking there. It's a very well-lit area. It's out of Scarborough, so that traffic aspect of it. Because I want to see that local taste of Tobago in that one area, you know. So you're going to have people who are going to have the night stuff, and then you're going to have those who prefer the day. You're going to have some light entertainment, of course, through I'm going to reach out to the various stakeholders from the tourism point of view. I see that they have a poetry guild in Tobago. You have different people who want to kind of showcase. So it's a space where you could actually expose your talent while working with Tobago and the Trinidad and the wider region. That this will be a signature place in Tobago where you could actually have. And that's to add again on TADCO perspective, we are not a retail store. So I know in the past you see a lot of things like cheese and chicken nuggets and all that. We are not a retail store. We are here to supply and to help the agro-processor and the farmer. That is the direction that we are going. If we're doing these things, it must be in bulk to support the mini-marts and those things. The idea behind the whole thing is not to compete, but to find an avenue where we could actually work together and build a capacity from all stakeholders in Tobago. We did mention the fact about the farmer's badge. I'm encouraging those to go and get your farmer's badge. We do have the best prices in terms of feed. You are going to get an additional 5% if you have your farmer's badge in terms of the feed. I'm appealing to all of the associations. Now is the time for you guys to be empowered. Now is the time for you to get your membership up and running, because in terms of the contract farming, you, the members of your various associations, need to have your members in terms of clusters, in terms of who is doing cassava, who is doing the dasheen, who is doing the sweet potato, so that we can have a year-round supply. We are going out there to the supermarkets, the guest houses, the restaurants, and supply them. But the biggest problem that they have in Tobago is consistency. So I'm appealing to all of the associations, get your members up to date in terms of cluster farming. Try to do a lot of preparation and management so that there isn't a lull in between. We need a constant supply. We have found a market, and we're actually looking at the Trinidad market. We're actually going to, those who are producing the flour in Tobago, we're not going to interfere with you. We're going to help you grow your product. As Ms. Williams said, you have to maintain certain standards, because if you are doing something for the end product, we have to ensure that that product is safe and meets all the necessary requirements. That's endorsement stamp that we're talking about. Having that TADCO endorsement stamp, for now, it is just a stamp. But overall, in the bigger picture, it's an endorsement where you would actually, to say, you must be proud to say that I am TADCO endorsed, because you would have met certain requirements. This stamp will end up a regional stamp. And for those of you that, I'm just going to give 1 minute about the Capital of Paradise. The Capital of Paradise is out at sea right now. Every day I monitor it. They recently, so they caught some tuna, I can tell you that. They're just doing pulling up some nets now. So it's out at sea. We have actually had the data in terms of who is doing the different types of fish, processing and that stuff. So the idea behind the whole thing is to engage you, provide the data, who is doing smoked fish. I'm told by someone this morning that I can't say fish ham, but that aspect of it, those who are doing these type of products, we are going to be working with you directly in using the assets. I am not going to be using the state funds to be paying bills and to be paying stuff. That funds is to go directly into the farmer and the agro-processor and assisting you guys in developing your product. Tobago is a brand. It's one of the best brands you're ever going to get. And we need to bring back that rich agricultural history back to Tobago. But we can't do it by ourselves. We need your involvement. TADCO must be in your house, where you wake up one morning and you feel to make a dasheen cereal, or you want to eat the waffles, or you want to send it to Trinidad. Just like how we send the Bennett Ball, I want you to be able to send the TADCO products to Trinidad or your loved ones, wherever. Right? So I'm not going to keep you guys long. It's a lot that we can say, but I want to hear from you. So I will just end by saying thank you again. And in closing, TADCO's footprint will encompass everyone. That footprint is not just TADCO. I want to make it clear, it's definitely going to be working with the farmers and the agro-processors. So stay tuned, there's more coming out, and we are definitely going to be working with you guys. So thank you again.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alfred. So we have come to the end of this morning's segment. We've heard from all the presenters, and we've given you all the information to digest. We will break for lunch now. Lunch is available just outside of the auditorium, and we return at 1 promptly for the open forum, where we will invite your questions and concerns and have the relevant persons address them. So thank you, and we will resume at 1. During the lunch period, we will encourage persons who are interested in registering to do so out at the front as well. All right, those are the persons to register with TADCO for the crop program and all of that, right? Right, so lunch is available on the outside, and we resume at 1. Thank you. Oh, you're reminded that eating and drinking is not Good afternoon, and welcome back to this afternoon's session. I trust that we are all refreshed and comfortable and ready to engage in rich and fruitful discussions here this afternoon. Before we begin, I'd like to lay some ground rules for this session. I'm asking that all persons be respectful in your contributions. Keep your concerns, questions, contributions as short and concise, and be sure to be clear so that we can assign appropriately the technocrat or staff that would be most suitable to address your concern. I'm asking that all questions be passed through the moderator and not to any one person, and that we remember to be as short as possible to take on as many contributions as possible. If time permits, you can be re-invited to make a second contribution. There are 2 microphones placed at the bottom of the seating area. You will approach the one closest to you and pose your questions so that we can take them on and have them answered. So we begin now with the open forum, and we are inviting questions, concerns, even suggestions at this time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a question and a suggestion. Is it possible for TADCO to have a bottle or container production facility? Because it's very tedious, cumbersome, and expensive to be getting them from Trinidad. So I'm asking whether that could be a possibility. The suggestion, the Authority for Land Distribution could consider assigning or allotting land according to what is being produced. Example, at beehives, they do condiment product that requires all the seasoning and will require stuff to produce them. Therefore, the land distributors assign or allot land to, let's say, somebody who wants to do the plants that you use for seasoning only. Understand what I'm saying? Thank you.
Yes, so thank you for that question. You mentioned if we can have a bottle container / facility for you. So part of TADCO role is to assist the agro-processor. So what I would want from you, if you could leave your information at the door there, and I would like to encourage you as well, because I'm sure there are other persons who have the same requests. It is best to go through an association, if you are part of an association. I don't want to single you out in terms of if there's any bias or anything like that, but it is something that we definitely can have a conversation, but I'm hoping that you are part of an association or cooperative or something that we could have a more stronger voice in that regard. The land management part, I would invite Ms. Wallace to address that concern though. Oh, sorry, we have Mr. Carl, whoever can address that concern.
I was just going to say thank you for the suggestion. You know, it is something that we just need to consider as we continue to develop a new approach. Remembering that even if we're proposing that we harmonize the way people produce and people do things so that to a certain extent or to a large extent where they are, they naturally form clusters. At the same time, it doesn't mean that persons may have ideas and suggestions that still may warrant the support in terms of land distribution, but we thank you for the comment, and as well as, and we will continue to incorporate your views and your comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. Livestock farmer, I would like to know if there's anything in place where snakes or dogs may kill the livestock of a farmer, if the association has anything in place to help the farmer in those circumstances. 1. 2. Over the years, as a registered farmer, I find trying to get animals from the government farms is a bit tedious. Sometimes you're waiting years just for 1 or 2 animals. And on the third note, where land distribution is concerned, now one may upon being awarded the land and you're seeking finances to go forward in your farming project, is there any avenue where a loan or so could be provided also for that farm? Once a business plan is provided and you see that it could be done in such a way as to pay back the loan.
Right, afternoon again. If I get it right, snake eating your chicken livestock. Wow, that's a real big snake, boy. So yeah, the thing is, there's nothing really in place, but I think I of the presentation showed that there was a suggestion about insurance for pest damage. But the thing is, I am suggesting to that if you're doing your animals free roaming or they're in pens. Because if they're in pens, you could sanitize your property with normal disinfectant and other products that will keep away the snakes. The issue with dogs, you may just have to fence your place because in the dry season, dogs pick up a kind of heat and they tend to, I'm not a dog expert, but dogs pick up a kind of heat and they tend to look for blood animals. But I think the proposed insurance, if we come together and lobby the policymakers, maybe like how there is insurance for natural disasters, for flooding, etc., maybe that can be one that could cover that. But you all need to lobby and make representation to the policymakers on that regard. I hope that was satisfactory. All right.
Testing. All right. Unfortunately, sir, there is no...
So just 1 minute. So just to add to your question as well, right? I have had the same problem. What you're supposed to do really is to quantify your damage, and you can make a report to the police actually, and a process to follow in terms of getting, well, once you identify who animal it is, because I think you mentioned dogs, right? Yeah, quantified in terms of your losses, and then there's a process to follow with the authorities. Yeah.
So thank you, Mr. Alfred. So I was just also going to mention that it's unfortunately not a matter that the division might be able to assist in, unless we may be, in some way, we'll be able to help you to assess the extent of your damage in terms of the value of your livestock. So there is no compensation mechanism. This is a matter for the police, and you are expected to pursue your best action as possible. With respect to the application for livestock from the various stations that we have, I want to apologize today for the tardiness in which we have been able to really supply the livestock needs, especially for livestock farmers in Tobago. It has been challenging over the years, particularly with respect to sheep and goat. Many of the stations that we have had would have suffered from several diseases over the years, imported and brought in, and when we brought stock from some of our sister stations in Trinidad, we would also have to suffer some of the same effects. We have had problems with CLA, Eunice disease, many of which significantly deplete the stock. But nevertheless, we are still committed to try to, as much as possible, provide livestock as much as we can. I must say, though, that what we have tried to do as a division many years ago have not been successful in terms of the focus or the main function of the government livestock stations are to provide breeding stock for farmers. And what we have observed within the last several years, that the farmers who we are selling the breeding stock to, and we expect that they will now continue to breed these animals and produce offspring that they can keep to maintaining the stock. What the farmers are doing today, many of them, particularly I've noticed it in cattle, I've also observed it with pigs. What the farmers are doing, because it's cheap from the government station, they're purchasing them and they're fattening them and selling them. So it defeats the purpose that we are unable to provide animals at the rate because people are just fattening the animals. And the role is that as farmers, if you are breeding as well, then you can provide breeding stock to your fellow farmers who want to buy. But many persons now, because it's a quick turnover and we have the butchers who are coming up from Trinidad, folks are buying animals and just fattening them and selling them back. So you yourselves also have to help us by trying to fulfill the purpose for which those animals were given, were sold to you. And Mr. Alfred also wants to have an input into the final question, but I would want to say, if you are applying for state lands, in my opinion, one of the provisions that you should have is your ability to finance your operation. You should not have state lands and then now decide how I am going to finance it. And as part of the previous requirements, and I think it's still going to be part of ongoing requirements, is that anyone who applies for and is going to be interviewed for and assessed for state lands, you must have the potential or the ability to show that you have the investment potential, that you are willing to invest. We can't give you that and then you have to make up your mind how you're going to get it. You have to now show or demonstrate. And that's why previously, and I think going forward it may still be necessary, that business proposals are required. And as part of a business proposal, you have to demonstrate that you have present or are able to access the necessary investment in terms of credit to make what you propose to be sustainable. Otherwise, we'll have a challenge where farms will take long to start up. Mr. Alfred will address the second part to this question, or second part to the answer. But I believe that you need to show first that you are able to do something and you have the potential in terms of the financial resources before, in my opinion, you are granted state lands.
Yes, so thank you there, Mr. Murray. So just to address back the concern that you had there, so what Mr. Murray is saying is quite correct. If I were to use my example as a farmer, let's say I'm doing tomatoes, right? I don't need to have many trees to get close to 500 pounds, you know? If I'm doing 1,000 plants, if one plant can give me at least half a pound a week, it's not making financial sense to me. Right, so in farming, there's a management part of it, you know, that you have to really remember. I think the question that you had asked was if you have the land, or if about finances, right, or something, right? So if you have the land and you have some finances and you are actually involved in agriculture, what we are doing from TADCO perspective is that we were able to engage ADB, in which they had given us their business module. So they will actually work with you in terms of what you're producing and work out that part of it as a recommendee from TADCO so that you can better assess your development really. So there is some part of it, but however, you have to show that you are actually involved in agriculture and doing it in a successful way. These entities, keep in mind that ADB, these are banks. However, we have actually engaged them in giving us, so they are actually giving us all their business module to better assist you and to better assist the agro processor. So there is help out there. You just have to be consistent. And it's a very important question that Mr. Murray lays with there. If we at TADCO are involved in the contract farming and we are actually saying that we are producing X to Bill Brown or Mansam or someone, you will hold us accountable that we would pay you at the end of that service, and we would hold you accountable that you are providing us with X. So it's very important. I'm pleading with the associations to get your members up and ready in terms of the clusters, who's doing cassava, who's doing dashin, and focus on that part of it.
Very good afternoon. First, just with the insurance process, and I mean, it's not something that we facilitate much in the Caribbean or anything like that. Insurance, taking for your produce, right? Insurance for your produce. I don't. You guys encourage testing, right? So your system, right? So secondly, what's the thing that you're talking about and getting people into a group? I'm wondering how seriously the impact of the success of your program is in having of that process implemented. Firstly, right, to reach your targets. Because I mean you mentioned, but you on that is not really. I think there's a passion for it now. Because if you don't get that right, many of the things that you're trying to do may be as profitable or successful as it should. Right? That's just my opinion on that. Thirdly, I wanted to say is that coming out of this, in reality, I overheard a gentleman saying earlier, we get this right, Tobago, the processing change, right? Quoting Mr. Pipe. Quoting Mr. Pipe. Right. So I want to know what's your margin that you would expect as a fear for success.
Right, so thank you for the question. The last part of your question, I would allow Ms. Williams to answer that part of it. You had mentioned that if we are sustainable in terms of supplying certain people. So what I can tell you is that we have actually reached out to a lot of suppliers in terms of different commodities in which we have to work out with the farmer in terms of the guaranteed price, wholesale price that is actually. So it is something that we definitely have to work out with the farmer in terms of what is the guaranteed price. So it is going to work and we have to make it work. I mean, I am aware of what comes to Tobago on a daily basis. So I can tell you that I mean, just to be fair, what Tobago needs right now, we cannot produce it based on what I see coming to Tobago on a daily basis. So we have to work out, we have to be fair in terms of our pricing, in terms of the whole contract farming. So we have to be fair on that. So we are going to have the conversation with those who are interested in the contract farming. In terms of the quantity that you are speaking of, I can just speak, I would have Ms. Williams speak about that aspect of it as regards one commodity, meaning cassava, right?
Hi, good afternoon again. So for cassava, based on the market, that the value-added product, remember we spoke about value addition, that your stuff is going into processed products. So based on the value addition and what is expected at the market and just for flour, the cassava that is required per month is 187,000 pounds. 187,000 pounds of cassava per month. That is just the beginning. So if with the person who asked the question whether or not you will make it work, it's all dependent on whether the farming population will jump in to also make it work. I didn't hear the other question, I was just coming in.
My name is Charles Walcott, a registered farmer.
Okay, excuse me, just 1 second, please. Dr. Williams is coming. Could the gentleman that asked something about crop insurance, for crop or livestock insurance, possibly Dr. Williams could probably share her ideas on it.
In relation to the livestock and crop insurance, I honestly think, in my humble opinion, it's actually something that the insurance companies should look into, especially since we're actually promoting agriculture as a business. So it is a good suggestion, and I thank you and welcome this suggestion.
My then more or less will go to the TO, Mr. Carl Murray, and perhaps Mr. might respond to it. Mr. Murray, I'm wondering, as a farmer in Tobago, what challenge, why farmers cannot breed plants to plant on the farm? What's the challenge? Is it that perhaps the demand is high? What's happening with the tissue department is broke? That's one. Mr. Murray again. Since the terrain of most of agricultural land it's so difficult in distant period. I wish.
1 second, sir. Excuse me. Can the technicians advise, please, which are the mics that are best to be used now because we are unable to capture the contributions properly? This one? All right, he's coming to assist. He's coming, he's coming.
So if you could just come right this way.
Really, this is a real pressure. Yeah, Mr. Murray, I hope you got the first question about the breadfruit plants being supplied to farmers in Tobago. I'm wondering what is the greatest challenge, what's the problem? Since Mr. Dillon spoke this morning about food security, gave us a macro whole view and so on, and since breadfruit has been proven to be a more or less a stable crop and so on, what is the problem why we can't get adequate supply of breadfruit plants in Tobago? That's one. My next question to you, sir, is in assisting farmers with the land preparation in Tobago, seeing that most of the lands in Tobago, arable lands, more or less hilly terrain, is there any thought of using an excavator to assist farmers in land clearance in Tobago, since most of the land is so hilly in its terrain? Have you given thought of perhaps acquiring an excavator to assist farmers, even though farmers have to pay for that service? But I think that will be a nice consideration. I don't know if you have given that any thought, so you can tell us what's happening. So the breadfruit plants and the possibility of using excavator to do massive land clearance in Tobago because of the terrain. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the question. With respect to breadfruit has not been very much demanded by a lot of farmers over the years, and therefore at the station, given the fact that we have limited resources, we tend to concentrate on those, that is the Louis-Dorn nurseries, on those plants that are more higher in demand. So for example, avocado. Breadfruit is a little more tedious to propagate because it's obviously by one of the main approaches is by root cuttings, and that means you have to wound a lot of trees to do that. But I would advise you that if you are interested in getting a certain quantity of breadfruit plants, that you visit the Louis-Dorn nurseries, where you can speak to the officers who are there and they can assist you as much as they can in terms of trying to propagate the much needed quantities. We have to remember that it costs us quite a bit of money to produce a lot of these plants that we are selling at basically next to nothing, and therefore we can't produce everything, and our guide as to production depends on what is the demand. The second relates to the suggestion of an excavator to help farmers on hillside. One of the practices we have in the division, together with the Department of Forestry, that we try not to recommend that people cultivate lands above a certain degree of slope. We tend to ask people not to go beyond 30 degrees and stuff like that. I know it may be your only land that you have, but we also have to consider the risk we have in terms of erosion and destruction of the soil and the hillside, and even river courses that can be polluted. But while answering, I'm also going to tell you, yes, the division has an excavator. We have had an excavator for the last probably 20 years. We have tried as much as possible to assist where we can in clearing lands with the excavator. But just like everything else, overuse after a while without being able to do the necessary repairs, I am not sure, and I cannot in this forum today promise anyone when that excavator is going to get repaired. That excavator, most likely to repair it, would probably cost the division in the excess of $400,000, right? Because it has been fully used every single day for the last 20 years as much as possible. But there is, under the incentive program that I spoke of this morning, a facility where that if you yourself as a landowner choose to employ the use of an excavator, or for whatever reason to clear your land or terrace the land, then that as well can be part of the incentive, where you can claim an incentive and you can get a rebate based on that activity.
Right? Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Dave Moore. I'm a livestock farmer. I want to congratulate the House Assembly for having this forum. But yeah, nice PowerPoint, everything looked nice, nice lunch. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've been having these things for a lot of years, and I'm not seeing the policies to really push the farmer, you know, to gravitate, especially the young farmers, right? We having these things, and all the talk and the information, at the end of the day, it comes to nothing. Why I'm saying that, right? Years ago with the last assembly, right, we talk, look, Mr. Murray talk about the livestock. I tell them, look, we have to have a forage bank in Tobago because the livestock farmers have very small holdings and they have no land when it's dry. You see all the animals, the productive animals, and the van going to Trinidad. Right? And we have no animals here. I had to hold on to all my animals. They tell me, look, they give me how much, $100,000. I had to hold on to breed and to give Tobago the animal. I make that sacrifice. But what we are doing for the farmers, in that we need the forage bank that you could say when you have a certain amount of animal and this dry spell that we are just coming out we could say, hey, call them and say, look, I want a certain bag of grass and they harvest it for you and the farmers hold on. The most things we send to Trinidad, the most thing we export from Tobago is livestock. The next thing again, the breeding unit, the livestock, we had so much inbreeding with the animals are getting small and critical. You see the chest small, the behind small. I know what to look for. the animals we used to have in Tobago, right? I mean, I just listened to Mr. Dillon spoke, and we here on the BBC. You know what the two things they're saying? Crisis and emergency in food. And if them outside they're saying it and we buying food from them, what do we? We have to get, look, we need a policy. We need a policy and a vision from the assembly, right? Once we have a vision, and you have to go find or go right in Grenada. You'll see the vision, and all the farmers, the young farmers, is working something. What happened to us? Right? Look, I played international football. I'm 60-something. I feel good. How long could I go? I am doing this for the younger farmers. What I'm doing, having a breeding unit where the farm's supposed to do, and they can't do. We have to select some serious farmers, right, with the breeding units, and let the thing and care the animals to give the younger farmers. Look at goat meat. Goat meat, $50-something. You imagine a man working with a family, and they decide to eat goat on Sunday. He had to spend $400 a year and buy macaroni, nothing yet. I produce it. I had to do everything. Milk. I doing milk. I sell in my milk to Trinidad. Why am I don't have any water? So I can't make cheese and yogurt as yet. But I send milk to Trinidad. I think we could do eye breeding and giving and for Tobago. Only we have to have a vision. With all of this, it comes to nothing because we go back and we do the same thing and come back here again. And it's crisis. When they did it before, it was not crisis. You know. The BBC, you saying last week what I tell you on CNN, well, just before I bathe, I live right there. And since Ollie was eating lunch, I go and feed about 70-something goat and come back here. Die half of them. Ollie, look, we have to have a vision. It's very simple, you know. Once we have a vision, and the most critical thing, it's marketing. Before in Tobago, the farmers, we had the marketing board. When you have a farmer to come and go and sell corn on the highway and run here, look, let me take that off here and let me get something going. Go back on your damn farm and farm. Let the farmer stay on the farm and farm. You have 1,000,000-something people down there who food. Let me get an organization, or you buy the food, or you process the food. Your business is farming. Come on, we have to get serious in Tobago. We don't have nobody. We go have money in the pocket. I just tried to eat $100 a boy. God, the thing it tastes good. Ladies and gentlemen, I love you. All you keep farming. Talk to one another. The animal breeders, all you put up together. When all you see a nice box, some you all buy it and all you share it. I go try to help all you. We have to go forward and do something for Tobago. Lord, what we facing, it ain't nice. Mr. Dillon tell all you by telling all you, he talked last week on CNN, just when I think there, is BBC says crisis and thing, because they're looking at political mashing up become man hungry. Men man hungry, they're destructive. So ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate we. We have to work together. We food go be more healthy. We go live more long. And we go get things to share and feed everybody. All that, thanks very much. I love all you.
Maybe I can, after I'm finished, allow Mr. Alfred. I know part of this morning's discussion, I had stepped out briefly, and maybe Mr. Alfred could talk about probably the plans for an upcoming forum where we would have the markets to support farmers who are willing to sell their produce. But I just want to let Mr. Moore know that the present administration, the new secretary, when she came in, one of her mandate was that the division produce what it called priority projects. And one of the priority projects that was proposed by my department and has been accepted by the Executive Council and has been approved is the establishment of 2 forage banks, one in West and one in East Tobago. So we are just waiting, Mr. Moore, on the allocation of funds and the identification of the sites we have in mind more or less, and then we are hoping that development can take place where we can have these forage banks established. We speak about agriculture, we speak about policy. One of the things we are hoping that, based on the strategic plan that was produced by the division some years ago, we are hoping that after consultations like these, the division can move to the next step where we are able to develop what is called a food policy, which is basically encompasses forestry, fisheries, processing, agriculture, a comprehensive food policy that will guide the development of the sector, that will guide all the projects that the division is going to undertake with respect to agricultural development, so that there is more of a coherent approach to sector development. So we are hoping that as a result of these stakeholder meetings and continuing ones, together with your valuable contributions, together with the input from the division, that we will be able to come up with a food policy that will be able to guide Tobago forward and the development of its sector for the next several years. I don't know, Mr. Alfred would like to talk about that. I will not, I would always want to caution us about trying to get the state, which is the THE, to go back into the habit of just buying farmers' produce. That has not proven to be a good model. It is wanting to buy your produce and you're happy, but then how can we sustainably do that? The state was never designed to do that. And therefore, if we really want to talk about development, we have to go beyond just somebody just buying your produce. Because, you know, I also have to tell people, and this is not hitting anyone, agriculture is a business. The producing is the easiest part, in my opinion. The hardest part is the selling part, and getting people to buy and finding markets. Because if some of you are shamefaced who don't know how to sell, then you have a problem, right? And the same thing I see, for example, so the people who are selling in Scarborough and they can't get their clothes and their shoes sold, should they approach the THA and say, buy all my shoes and my clothes and give it to people? So I'm not hitting anyone, but I'm saying agriculture is a business, and sometimes we have gone to the practice of thinking about how we can produce, but we have not gone to the practice of thinking how far we need to go into making sure that we market it. And TADCO has mounted quite a strong case today as to how it can play that role. And I would want to suggest, as Mr. Alfred probably makes his comment as well, that you explore the opportunities out there where TADCO can help you or assist you, so that rightfully, I agree with you that you should be back on your farms as much as possible. But it's going to put the state in a precarious situation. If I can't find $500,000 to fix an excavator, how long you think we could go on buying your produce for? And that's the reality we have to deal with. Folks, many times we feel that the government have money, but in many scenarios we don't have it the way you think we have it. And we have to make the best that we can. And we don't want to start back with a scenario like that, and it's not sustainable. Mr. Alfred, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, so Mr. Moore, just in anticipation of what persons are going to talk about the whole livestock part of it. So I am a farmer. I'm also involved in both livestock and short-term and long-term crops. I know what it is to buy a sheep for $5,000. I mean, I buy my animals straight from UE. It costs me about $5,000 for the male. I sell it back around the same price. What we did at TADCO as well is to make inway into a company that is actually want to come to Tobago to build a meat and processing facility, so to avoid persons going down to Trinidad and selling their meat. I know what it is to sell your animal for $16, $18 a pound live weight, where you could actually get off weight. So, and on top of that as well, I am in conversation with the secretary for a trip to Guyana. We could actually get some livestock. Currently, Guyana is selling 1,200 blackbelly sheep back to Barbados. So we have, from the secretary perspective, she has to go through, I think, trade and all the different protocols to go there to see if we can have a negotiation there. The idea behind the whole thing is that we have to build the capacity in Tobago. There is a need for these type of animals here. And I mean, I shouldn't be speaking about this, but the idea is to engage Guyana, because they're actually in conversation with different Caribbean countries and getting certain animals to their home country where they could actually build the capacity there. So I hope that answered you well. I mean, I did speak to someone on your case as well because I know of your goat milk. There's a Canadian market that actually is interested. I was actually going to have a conversation with you regarding that. But to the other persons who are involved in goat milk and these things, there is an interest because Mr. Moore can't do it by himself because the kind of quantity that I'm talking about, it needs to be through an association or group or something like that. And just to piggyback what Mr. Morris said, farming is a business. It is no longer a hustle. Farming is a business. You guys are not farmers anymore, you know. You are businessmen involved in the agricultural trade, you know. And as much as we are trying to say that we're going back to the old time days of whatever, cutting grass and that part of it, it is a business. You have to invest back into your animal to get the pounds that you want so that you can sell it back. But there is a facility that is going to be coming to assist you in terms of processing your meat and stuff so that you would actually be part of that. And again, there is conversations regarding going together to get more animals here so that we can increase our capacity to the persons who are doing livestock, sheep and goat and stuff like that, right? So if I speak from my perspective, I only buy West Africa and my goat is cross-border, right? So I'm speaking from that practical part of it as to how we could assist. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Testing, one. Testing. Testing. Okay. Right, so good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Morrison. I am a citizen and I am also involved in lending to persons who are agro processors. Just wanted to talk a little bit this afternoon and pose questions to the panel related to agro processors. It's agro processors. Okay. Thank you. So, first of all, the issue is the Food and Drug Free Sale Certificate. Now, the Food and Drug Free Sale Certificate is a necessary requirement it's a legal requirement for agro-processors who would like to get their produce onto the shelves of the local supermarkets. However, there's an issue with regard to acquiring said Food and Drug Free Sale Certificate, which I would like representatives on the panel to look into. The cost is currently very prohibitive, where your samples, for your labels to be tested, your samples to be tested, it has to pass through the Ministry of Health facility in Frederick Street, and then there's a process that I wouldn't mention all the costs right now, but it is upwards of $1,000 per sample. And for persons who are interested in getting their product properly certified, it could be prohibitive. I'm asking that representatives on the panel look into the possibility of one or two things, either a sponsorship of the cost for Tobago entrepreneurs, if possible, or some type of legislative change to be advanced through the cabinet in Trinidad, where Tobago can do its own certification and will be accepted nationally. Tobago, probably through the Ministry of the
public health. It would call for having labs in Tobago to do the testing, all the facilities that are required to do the testing of the labels and the samples in Tobago, and that will stop persons from having to go to Trinidad to have their labels tested, to have their samples tested. So we are asking for that facility to come to existence in Tobago to facilitate Tobago agro-processors. Secondly, the issue of distribution for agro-processors. As you know, it's difficult to, in terms of getting your product onto the shelves in the supermarkets and groceries in Trinidad, to have that distribution network. It has become an issue for storage, for the time to transport, to board the boat and all these things. We would like the TADCO to look into that aspect of distribution, where the distribution networks can be readily available through the association. I know there's an agro-processors association where they can make arrangements to have goods shipped to Trinidad, and from there picked up at a warehousing or warehousing facilities at different points in Trinidad and distributed. And the last thing is concerning access to overseas markets. Now, in order to access an overseas market, there are a lot of processes that have to take place in terms of feasibility, in terms of sampling products, in terms of the legal aspect, the legal framework to get into another country. And we are having some concerns where our local producers would like to access those foreign markets. I'm suggesting that there be more partnerships with some of the universities that are in some of those countries. And the reason why I said the universities is because many of these universities have business schools where the persons the students who seek to earn their credits can do projects to develop the demand or develop feasibility studies for our local products. Once we have that type of relationship set up with the country, it's an avenue that can be explored where we can have feasibility studies done in different countries via the university students, and it would augur well for the benefit of our local entrepreneurs who are seeking to get into those markets with their products. So those type of feasibility studies, the market surveys and so on, would take place in the country that we're seeking to get into by those university students who are pursuing it as a project or an assignment for credits, as the case may be. It has been done successfully in the past, and it's something I think we can look into in terms of partnering through the THA or TADCO or whichever body represented on behalf of agro-processors, forming those relationships so that we can have feasibility studies done to get our products into the foreign markets. All right, so that's my contribution. Thank you.
Right, so I just want to speak briefly about what you mentioned there. So we do have an MOU with Kariri, which we are going to provide them with a space in Tobago where they're going to be doing some testing for persons who are doing different different produce and stuff. So we at TADCO are committed to give them a space where they will actually be doing the same testing that Mr. Morrison spoke about there. And the idea behind it, and he spoke about the export market. So in order to export, you must go through a whole testing procedure. We are in partnership with Kariri and other relevant agencies, CADI, FAO, and a few other persons. I wish I had the time to really explain that further this morning, but because of the time constraint, I couldn't speak about it. So I am appealing to all of the agro-processors, if there's an association, please come in. I cannot really comment on what happened in the past. I cannot comment on what happened in the last administration. All I'm saying is that please come in and let's have a conversation in which we can actually help develop the product that you have and actually get it because we are willing to work with you guys. We have a lot of partnerships. I would have Ms. Williams speak about, I think, accreditation that he spoke of. Yeah.
Okay, the accreditation, so you spoke to Chemistry, Food and Drugs. I know that Chemistry, Food and Drugs has been having problems for years. And one of the major problems they've been having is the lab is not working as it should to do the testing. So I'm thinking it's probably possible that they're outsourcing what they are doing now. And that could be driving up the cost. Mr. Morrison, I'm trying to locate you. Yeah, so that could have driven up the cost. I'm not too sure. So we will certainly look into that for you with the Director of Chemistry, Food and Drugs. Also, I want to, so definitely for you to do any sort of export, the criteria, the regulations, or the standards will kind of vary based on where you want to go. For instance, if you want to go to Europe, the European would have their standards, right? If you want to go to the US would have their standards. So we need to know all these standards and several different types of regulation. But what I want to point you to as an agro-processor, that when you are dealing with a product, your product begins on the farm. Because if you have to export into Europe, or so the USA have the Food Safety Modernization Act, and Europe would have all the other standards. What's happening is that they need to audit you. So this is your final product. So this is pepper sauce. They will need to audit right back to your production system. And the farmer who you are taking the peppers from must show records of their production practices, spraying time, whether the workers have been trained in hygiene practices, the type of fertilizer you use, the period in which you use it, all those things must be documented. So they will send their auditors to you, right? And sometimes they work out of Jamaica, and they send the auditors to you. Should you fail that at the production level, your product will be rejected. So it's important that at the farming level, at the input level, is one of your greatest steps. Ms. Allen spoke about hazard analysis and critical control points. That is one of your hazards, right at the farm level. So the training TATCO will be doing and the capacity building that TATCO will be doing is to deal with you from the beginning, right? So accreditation will come, but you have to start from this point. There's a starting point, and then you move it upwards. But certainly we will look into what you have asked about.
My name is Ron Donata, a young farmer from Tobago, fully in love with agriculture, both livestock and crop production. I'm presently into crop production, which is a bit challenging at this time because we heard a lot about processing, and I am into the producing of the raw material. And before we could reach to the stage of processing any product, it must be planted. And we are facing a challenge right now in Tobago on the line of land preparation. As of yesterday, it has been 1 year since I've paid tractor pool to get a parcel of land prepared. And in order for me to produce anything, I must have my land prepared. I am pleading and asking for any assistance possible on the line of putting things in place for the farmers here in Tobago to have things prepared, well, to have an effective land preparation service. In order for us to be consistent, we would need the assistance from the tractor pool department so that we can have our lands prepared, so that we can have the raw material readily available for the processors. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to pause for a moment to acknowledge the presence of the Chief Secretary, the Honorable Fali Augustine, taking the time for coming out to share with us. We'd also request your permission for him to bring some brief remarks before he leaves again.
Yeah, that's it. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. I know you all had a long day. I myself had a long day, but I decided I will swing by, just to greet you all and thank you all for coming out and participating in this activity. And I happened to come in as the young man was talking about tractor pool and how long it's taken to get the land prepared. And that's one of the reasons why, Mr. Moore Senior, that's one of the reasons why we have this forum today. Because all of these issues, we promised that we're going to fix them, and we had to find a way to fix them. All of them. And unfortunately, farmers have not had the kind of support that they should have had. But as I say, the past is the past. Let's live in the present and prepare for the future. Prepare for what we could do for tomorrow. So we have to work on fixing tractor pool and the arrangements for land preparations. We have to work on access to lands, and I'm happy I'm seeing Ms. Wallace here. So Ms. Wallace knows I bother all the time about land for farmers, because my position is, once the farmer is going to be active and actually farm the land and use the land, we should give the land to the farmer. That's my position. And too many farmers are still without some access, while some with the access actually not using the resource properly. So that's another issue that we have to look at. I was in Goldsboro a week ago, and we have tons of acreage there. Hundreds of acres given out to farmers since Eric Williams, long before I born, that just there in bush, unused, underutilized. And I could tell you that one of the policies we have is that we're going to take a strong stance in taking back some of those lands. In fact, taking them back. You're not using them, we'll take them back. If you really want the land to use, you will farm the land. If you can't, if you're not capable of farming the land, you're not capable of keeping the land. The land is not there to just keep in the family, for the family members to cuss and fight over. The land is there to farm so that we could achieve food security. And finally, I want to say thanks to all of you, because you all have been in it through thick and thin. You all are key element in feeding the island. And you have not always gotten the support, but you have always been there. We require from you a lot more output, require from you some more sweat, but we're not asking for any more tears. We're hoping we could dry the tears, and we just sweat together, and by the sweat of our collective brows, we will eat bread and cake maybe. So with that, I just wanted to thank you all for coming out today. Thank you all for coming in such large numbers. And I know many had to leave because they have commitments at home and so on. I was trying to follow during the day while in other engagements. But thank you all for participating. And you, in this process, you have helped TATCO considerably. TATCO is working really, really hard at being able to move your product from your farm to the end user. TATCO is working hard on doing the marketing, because we insist that marketing does not mean driving around in a vehicle with a THA logo marketing. Marketing means actually finding the markets for your goods. TATCO is working hard on penetrating markets we have never thought possible before. But for that to happen, you have to produce even more, and you have to produce consistently. You have to produce in and out of season so that we'll be able to meet the deliverables. So again, thank you very much. Young man, I feel your pain. Talk to the secretary after, make sure she have your name, so that as soon as possible, she will have somebody from Tractor Pool come and... Come straight to my house. Oh, you go straight to your house already, she tell me. Oh, Lord. To get a private person. Because more than a year now is too long. Wow. Oh, that brings another flavor to the mix. So I'll investigate that matter for you. All right, sir? And I'll ensure the next time you apply, it doesn't take you more than a year to get a response. Because we have to fix that system so it works properly for everybody, for all our farmers. Right? More than a year is unacceptable. There are no excuses there. Not even an apology is good enough for that. More than a year is just absolute failure. So we will have to work on that for all our farmers. All right? Sorry, I have to leave again. I came from Bloody Bay to here, and I have to go to Speyside next. But instead of going straight to Speyside from Bloody Bay, I decided I had to come just to touch base and to tell you thanks for engaging and for participating. All right, so over to you, young lady, and you can proceed with your question.
Hi, good day. My name is Akisha Ashby, and I'm a member of the Argyle United Farmers Development Group. Right? And I would just like to piggyback on his question a little bit, because that was one of the questions I had as well. Right? And I would like you to know that I highly doubt that you are a victim of victimization, because some of us, our farmers, would have experienced this issue as well. Right? And I have a suggestion of a solution for this problem. Right? I believe, as you would have already done, we can go through private contractors, right? And I suggest that the ministry can stand the entire cost or 50% of the cost at least through grants or through rebates after invoicing, right? And where the misuse of land is concerned, right, I suggest that groups like ours can be used to monitor rogue elements in the community in relevance to the misuse of land or the lack of use. My other questions is directed to the Ministry of Agriculture, the Division of Agriculture. Right? It would have been stated that a 50% incentive would be given to equipment. Right? I would like to know what is the percentage of rebates would be given to houses, vehicles, chemical, fencing, for example, livestock fencing, and processors who are dealing directly with agri-produce, having to deal with it from the raw material all the way to the finished or hybrid product. My other question, at present, Argyle's members of the Argyle United Farmers Development Group, right, we have homestead farmers who would have gotten letters of permission to occupy and cultivate, who are still awaiting boundaries for their respective plots. We also have farmers who are doing farming on like small parcels of land, who would like to be involved in the mass production of crop and livestock. I would like to know what will be done for those people. Also have a suggestion for the homestead group. I believe that they can be given deeds because a numerous amount of them would have been living or farming on these land for at least 20 years. So, and they would have been occupying the land under a deed of comfort. So I think at this point, it's only fair enough that they get the actual deed for the land so that they could move forward to access various things that is unaccessible through the deed of comfort. Another concern I have is, what is the duration that would be given until situations would be addressed, like bad roads, water shortages, or some people have no water at all, no access to water, or little to no electricity? I would like to know what is the duration of time, if there is a duration of time, that this situation would be addressed. Thank you.
All right, those are several questions, and a lot of them very strong questions, and we thank you. Tractor pull. I understand, and I want to be able to sympathize with some of the frustrations that some of you have faced concerning tractor pull. And in no way I am going to try to defend against what you have said this evening. Today is about working together, listening, understanding, and trying to be able to chart a way forward. The only thing I'm going to say with respect to tractor pull is that we also would like as well to get help from you, because there are many of you who are farming, and tractor pull is repeatedly coming in preference to other persons, and we are farming your places and they're going back in bush. Right? Some of you have to help us because you want to plow your lands every year, and you don't need to plow your lands every year. And some of you need to help us because if you invest in irrigation, and this is not something I'm just suggesting and it's not textbook, this is something that I have done. If you have proper irrigation on your holding, on the beds that you're planting on, once that is there, then you don't need to have to be plowing every year. And if some of these things are practiced, then you can significantly help us with respect to tractor pull. Between January and April of this year, we have 170 applications from farmers, just between January. Everybody comes during the dry period because they want their lands to be prepared. And I've said on many occasions, and it's not a defense, but I like sometimes to appreciate the effort. The first thing I want to say is that it is no way, and it is highly, I can't even find the word, but it is unimaginable that we have tractors sitting at tractor pull that we are not sending out. It is also unimaginable that we have persons sit down who don't want to go out. Our tractors work 7 days, almost 7 days a week. They work during their lunch times. They work on weekends because we know that we have a short window. And sometimes I admire them because some of them, they have to work through dust, a lot of dust when they are preparing places. The tractors that we have and the tractors that are available to us were never designed to do the kind of work that we do. They have to drive up and down Tobago, and then when they get to the area, they have to now engage in the type of activities. Those tractors work 8 or more hours a day, almost every day a week. No vehicle can take that type of strain, and therefore one of our greatest challenges will continue to be maintenance, but strictly because there is a high demand for it. The Secretary has asked that we look more and more, and we are going to do that, into the various solutions that are available, that we face the challenge. The challenge is that everybody is coming in a short space of time and they want their place prepared. We want to try as much as possible. The suggestion, we take the suggestion that was given about private in a previous contribution that I made. We looked at, and we also recommended that where possible that we can contract private operators to assist. As to how much that entails, because tractor pull, to prepare 1 acre of land may probably cost you with all your operations less than $300-400. With a private arrangement, one operation will probably cost you for that same area $1,000. Right? So we're talking about maybe $3,000 to $4,000, or if you're lucky, $3,000 versus $400. So, but it is something that we are committed to look at because we want to come up with a solution to the problem. to the area we are talking about of the incentives to the young lady, I know I did a presentation this morning. It'll be very difficult for me to tell you all the various rebates and incentives you can, but I'm just going to invite you to come to the office and have a chat with the folks at the incentive unit, and they'll be able to tell you what are the type of rebates that you are entitled to, and I encourage people to do that. Please find out what other rebates that you can access before, especially people with vehicles. We have had people who complain and they go up to the secretary's office and they complain and stuff that we don't want to give them the incentive. But you need to take time to understand. You can purchase a 4x4 vehicle, a pickup brand new or used at 2960 kg MGW. If you go above that, you cannot qualify because that's what the incentive says. And some people don't find out and they go and they buy a vehicle that goes above it, and then you come and say, we don't want to give you the incentive. What we are suggesting and what we are highly recommended that you find out, especially like vehicles, what is the incentive and what you need to do to qualify before you try to go and do what you're doing. The final response I'm going to give is to the whole aspect of the people I suspect in the Argyle, Lamy Road area and regularization and stuff like that. I hear your suggestions. Ms. Wallace is here, but as a member who sat on the Farmlands Development Committee and also on the State Lands Committee, folks, I want to say that sometimes we have to approach things very cautiously and we need to investigate as thoroughly as possible. Because sometimes things that seem apparent to us are not always what it is. So for example, when we're talking about how long that we wait for water and electricity and some of those things, remember, these were government lands that you went into, and I don't want to say it like this, but you went into and occupied. It was not a planned development. So you went into it and the government has decided, the teacher has decided to acknowledge your presence and to assist you. And so we are asking that you will have to have some patience as we try to work out now, especially with a new secretary who is not fully aware. We'll have to now work out how we can best assist. And that is why I said this morning that if we follow the approach that we are recommending, then this would not be a problem, that when you move in, you will have those things ready. So we need to assess, that the Department of Land Management needs to assess, because for example, some of the people who are in the Argyle-Lamy area who are inside there are already occupying and have been given parcels of state lands for housing in Lamy Road. And based on the previous state land policy, you are not supposed to occupy or be entitled to more than one parcels of state land, because everybody needs to get a little. So to automatically go and say that because you have a piece of the road and you're inside, we should give you, these are things that we need to, or I shouldn't say we, but the committee will have to, when the committee is reconstituted, will have to examine, because we want to make sure that there is fairness, right? And we don't want to encourage that people feel that they can go and occupy a piece of land and then the state must give it to them. It doesn't really work that way. But all we're asking for, that because of the transition of administration, we'd have to be patient, because these things will now have to be assessed. It will also be subject to the new policies of this administration. And as the technocrats, we are guided by the new policies that the administration will put before us to execute or to implement. So we're just asking you to be patient. At the folks at Lamy Road, this is something that will have to be now fully revisited. But I'm sure that necessary as much as possible, the assistance will be provided. Secretary.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Right. Just permit me just two minutes, right, for the most. Now, when I got into office, immediately I started to visit farms across Tobago. Immediately I started to visit farms across Tobago, and private farms and government property, right? Those farms on state lands. And one area I visited in Corland, the farmers had no water, right, or irregular water supply. And they were arguing that they can't plant anything because the lettuce would wilt and because they had no water. And that is what Mr. Murray is saying. They were given the lands, but the factors for production were not present. So immediately they were a bit aggressive because they believed that they should get water. But we don't have money. So that is the challenge, to find the money now to put in the infrastructure for them to get the water, right? So we held meetings. WASA was part of that meeting, and WASA submitted estimates for some of these state lands if we have to put in the infrastructure, right, for you to get water. And I recall just one area, I can't remember if it's Belmont, but I saw from Corland, Belmont, and other areas. And one area is $4 million. $4 million, right? Among paying wages and other things under the division, and outstanding bills from when I was not in office. $4 million, just for one area. Corland was a little above $500,000. So it's going to cost a lot. And I'm not sure how many farmers are in Corland. I believe it's about 10. I met 10 people there. A little over 30. Right? And they continue to plant without water. Right? This is happening across all state lands. There so in some areas, no access road, no lights, no water. So it would take some time. Right? I'm in there for 6 months. 6 months alone. And I'm really trying hard, right? But we need to understand the science, understand the challenges, and decide how we're going to go forward. And that is why we're having this consultation, so that we all start off on the same page.
Good evening, all. My name is Lance Ogis, and this evening, but even before I start, I will want to acknowledge that a group of farmers on the Belmont farm will have a meeting scheduled for the 10th of January 2022. We engaged the Secretary for Agriculture one day before, herself and the Secretary for Infrastructure, and they made the sacrifice and attended that meeting. So even in making this interim recommendation, I must acknowledge that the two secretaries did engage us and has given us the support. As a matter of fact, the Secretary for Food Security and the other additives I haven't learned in full details is waiting on our proposal. Yet I want to use this opportunity to identify even Mr. Arthur, who spoke of him waiting on tractor pool in excess of a year. We have a group that is in excess of 30 persons. We have not met 40 just yet. And there are 3 of us in that group who is waiting on tractor pool in excess of 1 year. I did not want to harass the secretary or secretaries, but we attempted to engage tractor pool. They gave commitment and recommitment, but it has not happened just yet. As part of our proposal, in that we are in the process of establishing or incorporating a cooperative, but it's a lengthy process. The cooperative unit has tried their best. We have had 2 meetings since. We have another scheduled for the 21st of this month. And I hope I'm making a case for the cooperative. They are operating on meager staff, 2 persons, but they're doing their best. Nevertheless, we have engaged a private operator. When we investigate the cost of tractor pool against an independent or private operator, we discover that tractor pool services are subsidized to a minimum of 75%. And we want to suggest or make a recommendation that these private operators, that at least we afford the subsidy to them, because tractor pool, and I'm being very, very constructive and real, there is some challenge with tractor pool. whether it is industrial related, whether it's operational, whether it's management system and structures, they are challenged. And if we are engaging farming from a perspective of a business module, well, crapo and can't find no pipe to smoke it. It is just a disaster. So even though TADCO at this point is making certain offers or opportunity available, without the support system of land preparation, we in trouble. I will be very short this evening because we are in the process of preparing our proposal for the Secretary. In terms of incentives, I heard Mr. Morris saying that the incentives are guideline from the national, from a national perspective, or maybe Parliament. I want to suggest that the THA somehow develop a policy to include or to somehow impact some variations on these incentives. In that you have persons, you see, those of us who engage in farming, there are certain percentage of Tobago farmers, we farm part-time. That is the reality. Because we do not have a business module to self-sustain that farming. So we have other engagement and commitment to other employees, then we return home to the land that we have inherited and attempt to make some money out of it. That's one of our realities. Therefore, we go half-heartedly or with limitations with investment into farming, because farming today needs investment. Farming long ago would have been, you didn't take education, so they give you a cutlass, a hoe, a fork, and send you on the land. Today, the reality of farming includes machinery and a lot of related items which needs investment, inclusive of the know-how, the science. And therefore, even in our group, we're in the process of educating, training. So it takes a lot. So I'm saying, in terms of farming, the policy, there needs to be a policy which with variations to help really assist the Tobago farmer to get into meaningful farming. I promise to be short. What we consider cheap food that comes to our shores has been subsidized by countries with their policies. And therefore, we are experiencing or benefiting the surplus of policies that support farming and agriculture in other lands. We need to look at meaningful policies that assist us and gives us a fair advantage because we are disadvantaged. I promise to be short, so let me take it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ogis. I want to slip in here for a bit. So I'm getting the feeling that tractor pool needs to be more accountable, right? And maybe a different type of management system, maybe a different type of system where the public can make the request and we can easily follow up on the request. Whether it should be computerized, a computerized system. Mr. Dillon? The system need to be changed. Yeah? So, but I agree with you, because I look at people calling the secretary as a problem, that there's a problem on the technical side, right? Something isn't happening right. So if you need to call me, then something is wrong. Yeah? So we need to change that system, and we will change it, right? But we just need to sit down. We're going to gather all the comments, and we're going to work on it and present and update our proposals to you. Yeah?
Still promising to be very short. Tractor Pool said to us, since January, we have been engaging Tractor Pool over and over. The last commitment Tractor Pool gave to us in April is that in the month of May, they will be in Mason Hall. Indeed, we have seen some work done in Mason Hall somewhere about, because we have seen farmers whose lands were prepared. but they just didn't manage to meet. As a matter of fact, one of the persons in our group last week when I chat with that farmer, tractor pull plow, was unable to return to rotivate and bank. I mean, and as I said, we have been very realistic, but very constructive. There is a challenge on the operation side. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Anil Kunkun, farming in Annesville, livestock, crops. I want to touch on some of the stuff that you all talk and you all want to go forward with, and you all have to look into this thing carefully. You all want to do contract farming to farmers with poultry. We have a big giant in Trinidad, big giants with poultry farming, and if you all try to get into their profits, they will cramp for you. I ain't hear nobody talk about having a feed mill in Tobago. We have to have a feed mill. That's like you're telling me, make 10 children and depend on waiting for a small salary to feed these 10 children, because when we get into this chicken farming and you say want to get somebody 10,000 chicken at $2 a head, when you check it, that farmer only making 10,000 a month and he have a mortgage to pay. If he invests, he mortgages about 9,000 a month. It ain't making no sense. So he's still spinning top in mud, right? I want to ask Mr. Kalmari a question. With the Hope Farm and all the rest of farms in Tobago, the government farms, are they at a loss when the year comes? Is the government spending and losing money on these farms? Then these farms need to be shut down immediately, Secretary, because you cannot be wasting taxpayers' money on these farms. I heard that he said that the farms have different disease. I also heard somebody on the panel say you're interested in bringing in animals. If you're bringing animals and these farms had the disease, don't put them on these farms. Give them to farmers. The government should not hold animals, give them to the farmers, let the farmers be responsible with whatever you all want to come up with, and let the farmers be responsible in providing livestock to other farmers. Because as Mr. Dave Moss said, he have the experience, other farmers have the experience, but they cannot walk on the government farm and say, well, or you do it this way, or you do it that way. And majority of the times, I believe on the government farms, why it takes so long to get our stock from the government farms, they change the officers too fast. So if you have an officer who really doing well in a certain part of that farm, and you go back, she might or he might say, well, yeah, we have some update. And then you go back and you try to get an update, now they move. And the last 20 lambs all dead. But when that person was there, that person was doing fine. So these are things that you'll have to look into. For the farmers, we hearing that is a business, right? So this going to the farmers. We have to come together and do things together. If we don't do together, we wouldn't go nowhere. And if we don't start a mega farm together and show the division that we could do it, they could bring 100 things and we wouldn't go nowhere. Belmont Road was issued 23 farmers, and I am suggesting and I am giving a challenge to them. The last previous administration, when they give out that plan, they promised us $100,000. And I am asking these farmers that if we get this money, let us come together, form some kind of committee, and that is $1.2 million. And if we put that in our account and we go to a private place, a bank or whatever, and go with the right thing, half of the things we come in here to try for the government to give us, we could get half of that done. And I'm sure if the government see we do this on our own, they would access and come and help us out too. So where we could buy 2 tractors and we know we could manage it, because we don't have to wait for 100 people to sign off on something just to get a tire fix, right? We could manage it ourselves, we could help other farmers. That's the only way we're going forward. So let we don't depend on the THA to do everything for us, right? It's our business, and if you want it to work, you have to spend your money. Even if you have to spend money from your pocket for the next 2 years, think about your children. Think about what them going to inherit, right? In everything we're doing, if we have it structured right, your children will inherit it, and that's what we're building for we kids, so that they don't have to come and suffer the consequences that we had to suffer as farmers. So we're looking forward to see how you all can help us with that.
Right, so you did mention competition. So we at TADCO are not competing with the Trinidad market in terms of who is supplying us with the chicks and the feed. We actually have a collaboration. They told us that we can increase our quantity based on the information that provided by up at the table up there of who is doing the different stuff. So it's a collaboration. We're not competing, right? There are certain things that we as TADCO can subsidize as regards to building this sector. So for now, it's a serious collaboration with the big players in Trinidad. We can't compete with them. So it's a collaboration. In terms of the data for if we are successful in Guyana in terms of getting this stuff, and this is just at the conversation level, we will have data as regards to who is doing what in terms of the farms, in terms of how much goats they're doing right now, what they're doing, if there's a flow of how much goats you are putting out. If you have your pen inspected, there's a process. It's not going to go to the division, it's going to the farmer. However, we are going to be doing some data as regards to who is doing what. So somebody can't just wake up in the morning and say they're going to build a sheep pen and benefit from this. You would have your farmer's badge where you would say that you are a livestock farmer and your area. Ms. James had presented something that I'm not sure if you were here where you saw the data there. So it's going to have some data as regards to who is getting what and that kind of stuff regarding that part. In terms of the consistency, farmers need to get involved in something called mono-farming. Everybody cannot plant the same thing. Again, I'm speaking personally. My main crops is only tomato and cucumbers. That is, I'm not going to, because I want to have a year's supply. I am really encouraging the different associations that you just mentioned there to really work together in terms of building clusters with your members to supply certain commodities year-round. Everybody cannot plant the same thing. I know that the trend is that if tomato is trending, everybody wants to plant tomato. If cucumber is trending, somebody. It cannot be like that now. Trinidad is based on mono-farming. The aspect of Hope Farm, let me let Mr. Murray answer that part.
I think the question was asked whether Hope Farm and many of the livestock farms are making a profit when the year comes. Obviously not. But Mr. Kunkun, who I know very well, works in the health sector, and I don't think the health sector makes any money either. So we wouldn't close down the health sector. The reality is that government undertakes as part of its focus to be able to support sectors of the economy, and sometimes some of it is tangible and some of it is intangible. And as much as possible, the role of the Department of Agriculture and the division on these livestock stations are not to make money. If it was that to make money, then we would have had a different scenario. We are not designed to make money. We are designed to support farmers. And sometimes the model is not the best. Sometimes we understand that we don't get the resources that we need. And the main factor affecting many of our projects in the division for decades, I've been here for almost 3 decades, probably too much, is simply that we just don't get the money. The Secretary has said that. Over the years, agriculture has not been a priority. Over the years, the Agriculture Division has been the last division in terms of allocation of funds from the THA. And therefore, you cannot do anything with nothing. And so, it is always as much as possible on our behalf for you to try to do as much as we can with what we have. Someone mentioned, I think it was Mr. Kunkun, you mentioned the feed mill. Some years ago, a research, some study of feasibility was done on a feed mill for Tobago, and it did not look very good at all. Most feed mills in many countries, including Trinidad, survive alongside what is a flour mill. Most of the places that produce feed also produce something else. It's the same way that tractor pool has closed down in Trinidad. The government has no tractor pool in Trinidad. They rely on private farmers. The people in Trinidad who supply tractor services cannot survive on tractor services alone. So they have trucks and excavator services and stuff like that. There are some things that cannot in their own way, and that's what the government undertakes to do. There are some things in its own way cannot survive and make a profit, but the government is committed to still provide this service. We can easily convert to the United States where everybody have to pay for health care. But the government has undertaken to take the burden of the state so that we can get free health care. The government has to undertake to take a loss in many of the sectors or the divisions that we have so that people can benefit in the way that they are supposed to benefit. So sometimes it's not always looking about the profit and loss. It's about looking at the many benefits and the multiplier effect of what these benefits accrue to over time for other persons. So the feed mill, because here's the reality. And Mr. Kunkun, you said it yourself. You can't compete with the bigger guys in Trinidad, but when you do a feed mill, it's the same thing you're doing. Trying to buy feed, the same conventional grain, to compete with the same feed mills in Trinidad, which don't make sense. Grain for grain. There's no way a smaller feed mill could compete with a larger feed mill. So that sometimes we have to look carefully at some of the things and understand that sometimes these may be apparent and to us clear answers, but there are a little more to it. And sometimes we have to look deeper to understand why we haven't established a feed mill yet in Tobago. And so while the state is willing to undertake, and the secretary has said to me on several occasions she's willing to make several attempts to fix situations, it's not every mountain we could try to climb. There's not everything we could try to fix, because sometimes there are some things you have to leave alone. Right? We have to leave alone, but because we are human beings and we have learned and we have been given a natural gift to be innovative, it is up to us to come up with innovative ways to get around our problems and some of the challenges that we face. So I want us to understand that tractor pool operates at a loss, Home Farm operates at a loss, every single station that I have operates at a loss, every single one. But the benefit is to make sure that farmers have what they need. And the government remains committed to doing that, and I hope you understand that when you don't get anything, you can't do anything. I want to make it clear this evening, I want to say to those of you, at the moment, for example, right now, there is no tractor operational at Tractor Pool. That is why we have not returned to Mason Hall. None of the tractors, we have about 6 tractors, 2 brand new tractors that are given problems. 4 tractors that have been about 5 years old and they have been used every day. The problem is money to buy parts, and then the suppliers are saying we owe them a whole set of money, and if we come up with a check or cash, we'll get it, but we can't do that in the government system. I want to be very real with you this evening. A brush cutter cost me about $50,000. A rotavator and these things cost us about $35,000 per one. The last 2 tractors we bought and implements cost us over $1 million. But they have to take pressure every day. The soils in Tobago are clay soils, stony soils, very hard soils. And then some of you guys aren't helping us, because when we go, all them iron oilers used to tie all the animals and stones and stuff like that, the implements take a lot of beating. I'm not leaving the tractor operators out of it, because there are some we have to deal with, and I'm very much aware and becoming more aware of those who are asking you to pay money on the side. And we will deal with it as much as we have the information to deal with that. Because that is information coming to there are more and more now who are demanding that they must be bribed on the side. Right? And there are those who are delinquent who don't provide the necessary care. We accept those things as well. But the reality is that it takes a lot of money. A barrel of oil to maintain those tractors is over $10,000. Right? Just the repairs that are required. And that's the reason why the government closed down Tractor Pool in Trinidad. It was unsustainable to be putting out those sums of money to maintain a tractor pool service. But we are remaining at least committed. Right? We are remaining committed. I am not sure, and I will be very happy for anyone in Tobago, and this is a challenge, who wants to establish their own tractor pool service. We will be grateful for the help, but I think, listen, people are smart, and the reason why it hasn't happened yet is that when people have calculated the cost, they don't think it might be a feasible option. But we remain committed. And that is what sometimes, unfortunately, as farmers, the final thing I'm going to say that someone was suggesting, and we are happy, we are here as government, Mr. OGs, to support you as much as possible. But I speak this evening not as a technical officer in this regard, but as a citizen. We have become too dependent on the government. And we want every single thing subsidized and every single thing done. I'm telling you this evening, the most successful farmers we have in Tobago do not rely on incentives. Mr. Dillon is sitting down there. Ask Mr. Dillon what incentive he does apply for. Mr. Dillon does not apply for incentives. And if you farm well enough and successful enough, you don't need incentives. It can help you. But many farmers now are basing their farming on the incentives. And they are running down the incentives now to help pay back this and help pay back that. Then that means your farming operation is not well planned. I'm not hitting anyone, but what I'm saying, you need to start thinking a little bit more about what you're doing. Mr. Odris, we talk about part-time farmers. Part-time farm is not an excuse. In fact, I think it's an advantage because you have a source of income from another job that can help. But what some part-time farmers are doing, the other job they have, they want to keep all the money there. And the farming part must survive on its own. And that is good, but not in part-time farming. One has to help the other. And then everybody's looking at the THA to bail them out with incentives. The incentives programs that we have right now are quite robust. The Prime Minister himself sometimes said that recently. And I understand and I agree that there are some incentives that we need to further develop. In fact, the Secretary, based on her instruction, I had a meeting with the Agro Processors Association, and I have asked them on behalf of the Secretary to come up with a list of incentives they believe, because the agro processors aren't treated very much in the present incentive, and we have asked them with the association to come up with a list of incentives that perhaps the THA may be willing to subsidize and to assist. So yes, we are willing to be flexible to assist, but we can't subsidize everything. We can't pay for everything. In many regards, if we are doing that, then you have to ask yourself, if I am doing, then that means I am not making sense what I am doing. I say that to you this evening as someone who is also involved in farming. Folks, you have to, either you ask us for help from the technical point, or you go to TADCO and have TADCO guide you with your business planning, with your farm management and what you're doing. Because if you are not surviving, that means something needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Right, so just to the gentleman from Belmont there. You spoke about the feed mill, right? I will put this out there as well. We are in conversation, and very soon an equipment from a joint venture that we are doing from Trinidad, the same collaboration, they actually mentioned to put their mill in Tobago. We are going to be utilizing the things like the cassava skin mixed with corn to actually create a feed. And we are going to have various persons who are involved in livestock. It will be a demonstration because there's going to be more of these kind of conversations. So you would actually have a local feed, you would say, because there's an issue with wheat that we acknowledge. So the equipment is already in the country, but you're going to see very soon a local feed to assist in those increase in prices, right? So you'll see that.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Intingo Job, President of the Belgarden Village Council. I'd like to address just two situations for now, because there are so many things that I could address, from the way we treat our soil to the products that we put on our shelves, but I'll just focus on two. Because this forum today is reminding me of a Tobago proverb that I've heard many times as a child, that my grandmother used to share with me, and that is, while the grass are grow, the jackass are starve. And that is what this is reminding me of. The reason I'm saying that is because the farmers, and this is not just my observation, it is based on a lot of the older farmers, the 60-something-year-old farmers, retirees. Initiatives like these would have happened in the past, and those farmers, they would have invested the monies and the times, the savings to run with the program, but it fell short and they were left with a bitter taste in their mouth. So a lot of the older farmers, when I go to them to talk to them about these things, they don't want to have any part to do with it. As a matter of fact, I was advised, as when I just got into this farming in 2016, to forget anything THA have and do your farming on your own. Find a way to do it on your own. Farmers, especially older farmers, have a bitter taste in their mouth. And as such, farming is a heavily capitalized industry. You have to have capital. As a matter of fact, the slave trade was because of agriculture, labor, free labor for agriculture. Now, I want to propose a short-term measure, and if it's possible, and a long-term measure. Short-term in debt trading debt, because Mr. Murray is continually saying that if you have a properly planned operation and you could finance your operation, but when you start to look at fencing, if you have to fence an acre and a half, irrigate it, provide the labor to operate it, pre-farming processes and post-harvest processes. Especially a now-start farmer who wants to get in line with some of these initiatives in the short term, they cannot fund that. You're looking at $200,000 and something in the short term. And what that will do is take farmers off of their farm to go and look for other means to finance that, and only could spend 2-3 hours on your farm, which isn't profitable. That isn't profitable. So I know TATCO had engaged, I can't remember the name of the fertilizer, the chemical company, I can't remember. Carson Chemicals. Now, that is an avenue through which farmers can trade debt. So you have a certain size of operation, you could, that part of your business plan that deals with your chemicals, you could trade the debt. And then as your operation comes on board and you start to generate revenue, you pay off your debt over time. Could the incentive program, I use incentive for lack of a better word, extend to other types of suppliers? So for like fencing, fence posts, even setting up a tractor pool, personal tractor pool with OEMs and the distributors of these OEMs, to set up that credit system where in a well fleshed out business plan, the farmer or the group, whether it's a corporation or association, can approach these businesses for credit, and then when they generate the revenue, they pay it off over a long period of time in their books, in the short term. And in the long term, to design, now I can't remember how much billion in terms of importation you said that comes to Tobago. I can't remember how much billion. And Mr. Alfred rightly pointed out that we cannot produce enough to feed Tobago, right? So we still have to do something. But that percentage that we can produce, to break it up into shares and have the wider population buy shares, because I am telling you, there are certain young people who believe that food comes from the shelves in grocery stores. You know, they believe that to get food you go to the grocery. But I've never seen a country growing a grocery shelf, a pig living in a grocery refrigerator, right? And most of the products that we use, from the clothes that we wear to the food that we eat, comes from agriculture. And I believe if the wider population get involved, like buying shares, we can capitalize the farming industry. So that is a source of capital that could be invested into some of the expenses. $4 million to irrigate the how much $1 million to do infrastructure, roads, all those access roads and things, to finance the tractor pool and all these kind of things. If the wider public, because a lot of people have a lot of savings sit down in the bank, and the banks every month just touching it and taking off a little percentage and not giving back in terms of profits on these savings. It's just sitting down there and it is stagnant. That's one of the reasons why the Tobago economy is being stagnated. So if we could calculate in terms of what percentage of that, how many $1 billion in importation we could capture and then break it up into shares, then we can approach the wider population to buy shares and by extension be able to capitalize the farming industry. And also in the long term, the trade schools and the division of education, I can't remember what was the set of things in the education. We could approach the curriculum sector in the division of education to engage trade schools to bring back diesel service, the servicing of diesel equipment and these kind of things, so that you could have a pool of tradesmen within Tobago to service even on site, to service your go around your service truck and you service the tractors right in the field, rather than they have to come back to the yard and get service there only. So you have a pool of tradesmen to service within the field. And if you do the shares thing, we could also fund those kind of things. All right, so that's my contribution. Thank you.
Yes, so I want to thank you for that. President of Bell Garden Village Council, right? That's correct, right? So just to piggyback on what you mentioned, for the incentives, I know Mr. Murray would have spoken of a lot of things. So he did make mention that you guys can visit the incentive office down at the division there and to give some further information on what they spoke of there. It is very easy to say that you want to be a farmer. It is very easy to say that you think farming is a business. And I could tell you from first hand, farming is not cheap. Farming is not cheap. A bag of fertilizer is about 300 and something. If you're doing any crop, you need a couple bags. In terms of, when I look around at the farms in Tobago, the majority of them have no tank. They are dependent on the Wassa water coming to them. They're not digging ponds. If you want to do any kind of sustainable agriculture for your business, for yourself, and forget Tobago right now, for yourself, you cannot be dependent on certain resources. I mean, I don't have enough tanks, and I have over 6 or so tanks and a ponds, and I don't have enough. So when I look around at some of the farms, in terms of sustainability, it's just not going to work with the current module that you are doing, you know. You have to be willing to invest back into your business. Again, if you are looking at farming as a business, you have to invest back into your business. If you do not mind your own business, you're in serious problem. Farming, it's a joy and it's a comfort to many. Mr. Dillon could tell you, because for me, I consider Mr. Dillon a wealth of knowledge, you know, as regards to different stuff. You have to be willing to invest back into your farm. If you are doing serious agriculture, it's not about the first crop. I could tell you about some farmers, they weren't interested in the first crop. After the first crop, then what? If TADCO is to do business with you, there will be certain guidelines that you have to follow. And I agree with, well, he's not here, but Mr. Moore was saying that the farmer job is not to market. Farmers cannot market produce. I'm just going to say that farmers cannot market. You are given an opportunity now through TADCO. The market is there. They want to do business. The market is there. However, before we even reach to fencing and stuff like that, you have to produce the product. You have to produce the product. And that is what we have to have in mind here. It is important that the associations, the cooperatives, the NGOs, the village council, they have to ensure that their members or groups or whatever are able to produce what they say they can produce. But they also have to invest. I have spent money on tractor pull in terms of equipment. I am not saying that tractor pull is the best. And Mr. Murray, no, I have complained to Mr. Murray. When Mr. Murray sees me, he's very unsettled as to what I'm going to say to him. So I know what it is that you guys are going through. However, through the various associations and stuff, there can be some assistance. I can tell you, per equipment or per attachment, it's about $2,000 to $2,500 per equipment. To brush cut, to bank, these are per. And we are only paying about $400 for everything. So I'm not saying that for you to dip in your pocket, but through the various associations, if you can have a conversation with the division. I mean, I can't speak on it, but the various divisions can have a conversation with the division in terms of some of the farmers, I want to say helping to assist in getting, because it's a really subsidized price and it's not sustainable. But at the end of the day, you are looking at your end product. So you can help somewhere until certain things can be put in place. So to know that none of the equipment is not working, it's only affecting us. It's not affecting the THA, it's affecting us, because the end product and the output doesn't exist. That's why we have to be dependent on the ferry from what comes up. I am ashamed to see what comes up on the ferry, and I've been on the port 19 years. I'm ashamed. I see a lot of people who talk agriculture and they're on the ferry bringing up stuff. At the end of the day, Tobago needs to be known for something, and that is what TADCO is here for. It's just to assist you guys in going forward. However, I am bringing you guys to the well. I can't force to drink it, but you have to be willing to invest back into your property. So I'm appealing to the associations, the cooperatives, to really rethink your step in getting a better output. I'm really appealing to you guys, because agriculture is the way forward. What is coming? We need to be ready for it, and it's coming. So we have to kind of change the model of how we're thinking that everything is THA. At the end of the day, I'm looking on the farms. I'm just dealing practically. If you could tell me how many farms you know that have tanks and stuff set up, because I have seen many farms and they are just dependent on what coming through the pipe, and it can't work like that. It cannot. So I'm appealing to you, again, to the associations, the groups, the village councils, whoever, get your members up to the mark. They have to be up to the mark.
Good evening. I'm Arnold Devines. In light of... All right. Good evening. I'm Arnold Devines. In light of time, I'll basically touch two points. We are all here for one common goal, right? I would have expected that your panel would have persons such as WASA, the police, and ADB. Reason, you're hearing me now? Yes. Good. I would have expected that your panel have persons such as WASA, the police, and ADB. We all are farmers, we experience losses, so we need to communicate efficient with the police. We are farmers, well, we need water. At this point, I am a crop farmer. I have let's say about 10 tanks, and I have to leave my farm because after planting roughly could be 1,000 holes of sweet peppers, there is no water, absolutely, at Corland, absolutely none. Good. The other point is ADB. We need to have better, we need to call these people, put them sit down here. This is Tobago. Money came from Central Bank to us. Make, find, use use your technocrats to come up with an arrangement that could foster Tobago growth. Reason being is the creation of wealth, or wealth creation, is really important for us at this time, and we need to have emergency creation. We have hearing us all talking what should happen, this should happen, what is the emergency decision that will be taken by our goodly panel here to assist us. If we are not getting the shadow benny, a breadfruit that we all grew up on, we are in crisis. And what is the emergency? The word emergency, we need to make amendments somewhere. We have enough lawyers on the island that are willing to work with you all. Make amendments somewhere that could assist us all. And anytime we are not doing that, we are defeating the purpose. Also with the tractor pool situation, he's absent. Good. We have enough state-owned areas throughout the island. For example, at Mason Hall, there's a works division. Put the tractor up there. So if you know next week you're going up there, the tractor leaving right from the government area at Mason Hall to the farm. Charlottesville, we have government, put it there Friday evening, some evening, so the execution come from right there to there. Or get a flatbed truck and do the distribution. Very simple as that. Because we cannot look at efficiency and forget these major things, right? These major people. In terms of WASA, could we do something where we could try to drill with own water? Because even if you have a pond, a matter of fact, we don't need to study pond because it have technological agriculture that is available. We need to incorporate these things that could help us all. We all are begging for this. You are begging us, and we are begging you. So we are begging for the same to meet at a common point. So I have no more time, so I have to leave. Enjoy your leave.
All right, so let me address Corland. Right, I mentioned earlier that I visited Corland. We would have had meetings with WASA. The estimate to put in the infrastructure for Corland so that you can have a regular water supply would cost a little over $500,000. Unfortunately, we don't have the money at this point in time, so we have to take transfers from finance in order to get it. But as soon as we get it and we pay WASA, they will come and install the infrastructure in Corland. Right, so we're just waiting on funds to get it. We already got the estimate from WASA.
Right, so you mentioned ADB. Just to keep in mind that we have went into ADB as of this year, and ADB gave us a commitment and they gave us all of their business modules. So those who are with us, and I say with us, with TADCO, will have better preference with ADB. Right? We have that commitment from them. As regards to the police part of it, this is a series. There are going to be more of these collaborations or forums where we'll have different people. This is just the one of many, right? And I understand the need for the police to be involved, but it's definitely going to be one of many. And but the secretary addressed the issue of the Corland that you mentioned there.
All right, and I'm quoting Mr. Brian Williams as well, and he also proposed putting in some tanks, so we're discussing those arrangements as well. So yes, we're waiting on funding. When we get the funding, then WASA will do what they have to do.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Curtis Andrews. I am owner of Nelmark Enterprises, consists of construction, agriculture development, and solar equipment and installations. I am here in Tobago since I would say like the second week of February, and I've been across here for construction work purposes, and apart from work being slow, I end up dealing with famine. So I want you all to note strategy. So within introduced to the farmers' settings in Tobago, I understand that we have a lot of farmers that have potential and do not have the necessities as a lot of people might have said for the day. I believe that it have strategies that we would be able to bring to the table when it comes to networking alongside each other in the enhancement for the future, and especially the issues that Mr. Dillon brought to the table just now about the global crisis, and the other gentleman who went for lunch and saw it on BBC. So I said that to say this, that especially this gentleman who was here who talked about networking the feed, that is also a strategy that will be sustainable for Tobago, especially to what you said about the ADB, is the ADB, I believe, that structure in that strategy, and the mill. Right. So, okay, it have a lot of development strategy under agriculture that could be implemented as fast and effective as of the time that the farmers and the association, when it comes to the networking with the farmers together, they can put certain things in place, working with, I wouldn't say the incentive, but working hand in hand with THA and hand in hand with TATCO. So I would say that this is a movement to enhance positive, and I would say sustainable movement forward. But the only thing that will be able to set it forward is the strategies and the networking, advertising. Thanks, I'll be short.
Okay, good afternoon. I am Hubert Lord. For those of you who don't know me, and maybe you don't know that I'm involved in agriculture, but I'm glad to see folks at the head table who know about me being involved in agriculture. I came here with two real focus, and one is the tractor pool service, and that's been labored already for the evening. But Madam Secretary, we got to be real. We can't operate in 2022 with 1980 prices. Everything has gone up. And to operate these machines, the cost when you design those prices have long been gone. And I think if we as farmers are interested in developing our business, we must be prepared to go with the times and be prepared to pay a little more for the services. Because we just ain't making sense. It's unacceptable to hear the TO telling us none of the tractors working. And where that department is concerned, there is a serious issue in terms of management there, because it never seems to be working right. I have had numerous experiences where they came twice to cut my land and never came back, and it needs cutting again. And you see, I am at a point where, you know, well, Mr. Dillon knows that I'm not dependent on THE for a lot of things. I have been importing stuff and I'm not interested in incentives and all of that, because I import my material to get my business going. But if there's a facility, and I am standing here not so much for me, I have a son who is 19 years, who finished high school with subjects and decided that he wants to do agriculture. So I would not like him to have the same experience that I had. I believe that there must be a system to track your agricultural, your farmers, so that the system must know what is happening. I believe that there's this group of people called extension officers who must be more present in the operation of the farmers. Know where the farmers are, know what they're doing, and to be able to guide them. Because when you have young farmers coming on board, of course they wouldn't have the experience. And this, I believe, is the purpose of these extension officers, to help the whole thing to develop. So, Madam Secretary, I want you to look into that area. And let us be real, we can't operate in 2022 with the 1980 prices.
Good afternoon, the name is Mr. Anthony Moore, and I got permission from the Methodist Church to ask this question. Now, we have embarked on a project of food sustainability among our people in Tobago, where we encourage our communities, or farmers, or wholesalers to provide agricultural produce and products at a marketplace where we can sell and even donate to our people at an affordable cost. For example, we would encourage farmers to give to the market and also to wholesale to the market. The wholesale agreement is that we do not buy from you for more than 50% of the existing market price. For example, dasheen might be going at $10 on the market. We are not going to buy your dasheen for more than $5. And we sell that back at no more than 70% of the existing market price. So that dasheen would be sold to the public at $7 per pound. By so doing, the money raised from that is to assist in the development of our communities and the church's outreach programs. By so doing, we are actually encouraging, especially our young people, to farm, encouraging farmers, and everybody is actually winning from this project. So the question that we are asking is, and this is going to TATCO, what structures you have in place that can actually help to support us, because we would look to come to you as an organization like that, as a denominational organization. We talk about individuals, and we did talk about groups and maybe NGOs. But do you have the accommodation for denominations, as I'm representing the Methodist Church, to support us in a program like that? Now, that's my first question. My next question is really to Mr. Who left? Mr. Murray. I do not know whether anybody could take that question. Mr. Murray knows very well that I've been applying and reapplying to get a road finished, access road finished in the Lambo Hill area in Speyside. You know, when you say Lambo, people say, well, I don't even know there's a Lambo. Yes, there's a Lambo Hill in Speyside. The top of that mountain, we have lands, okay, the Moors from Charlottesville at the very top of that mountain. So I did hear him say that if people can get their private contractors to do the terracing of their lands and so on, then some kind of rebate could take place. So I'm just asking whether we have about 150 meters to 200 meters of roadway to connect with one that was done before at another time, whether we can go ahead and develop this privately with the assurance that we can get some kind of rebate. It's as straight up as that. Because I'm hearing no excavator, no this, doesn't make any sense asking when. We are saying that our family would take on developing that 150 meters to 200, make it possible for us to get in. But we want to be assured that we can get something back. I don't know whether those questions could be answered. Thank you very much.
All right, so that Mr. Murray stepped away. I don't know if Mr. Trotman would like to address this.
Good evening, everyone. I thought I was going to get away today and sit quietly and just listen. Right? In the interest of time, right, let me just introduce myself as James Trotman, the project manager in the PIU, and access roads fall under the PIU as well. I know Mr. Moore, right? So I want to run quickly into the access road program and how we go about managing that program. Now, as I said, it's a program, and a program is basically a collection of projects, right? That program also has to have funding, right? And that funding comes from either the central government or the THE. Good? Now, I wanted to say that because we have a number of farmers who would come to the PIU or who would request roadway today and expect us to come tomorrow and begin work. But it's a program, so we have to plan it out. And it's a collection of projects as well. We also have a form system in order to manage this program, and also not to miss any farmer in the program. We have also created a database, right? On that form, we ask the farmers to fill out all necessary information so that it safeguards the division against liability. Because we recognize that most of the requests for access roads are for private holdings. Sometimes we can go and construct a roadway, and if that farmer decides in the morning that he's no longer doing farming, then he can close off that roadway, and so on. All right? So we have that in the system. We also have access roads that goes into areas where more than one farmer would benefit. So the advantage of road selection really goes to those farmers or farming areas that has a number of farmers, right? But we also deal with private farming. We also have, as part of the system, a phase 1 and phase 2. Now, phase 1 deals with us having to put in new roadways, or where there is a roadway already, but it needs cleaning up, meaning that it has a lot of vegetation on that roadway. And because we have to plan this thing, because it's a program, then all phase 1 work, which we want to capture, or which we try to capture in the September to December period, which is the first part of the fiscal year, to catch the dry season in the January to probably May, and even after that, right? We want to capture that period. So phase 1 is really done from September to probably January, February, March, right? The thing about it is that in the phase 2 part of it is where we would do like a hard surface to the roadway. And the hard surface really involved that of either chip seal, concrete, or rotten rock. The challenge is that we can't have phase 1 and phase 2 together. So there is a rolling of the system, meaning that once we capture you in phase 1, then we have to phase you now for phase 2, which is in the next fiscal year. So Mr. Moore has found himself in that situation where we actually went in and did phase 1 work. We went in, we cleaned the area, we set the road, and so on, all in preparation for phase 2. The challenge at this time is the access road program is being audited, and therefore no work is being done at this time. But Mr. Moore, I assure you that we will come back to you soon. Right? What I would like the farmers to do is that when they are making requests for access roads, please visit the office. There is a form there. Fill out the form complete. Please fill it out complete, because there is a note at the bottom of the form that states incomplete form will not be accepted. And farmers tend to miss that. They bring in forms that are incomplete of the information that we are asking for. And the reason why we ask for certain information, it's because we are using government funds sometimes to enter into individual holdings to put in access road for you. Sometimes we have to ask farmers to give up part of their holdings to put in access roads. So there has to be an agreement. Right? And therefore, we need to have all forms filled out and agreed to, so that there is no liability to be formed further into the future. Because sometimes farmers change their minds with regards to to what they are given. Right? So the division is here. We are all willing to work with you and to put in the necessary access roadways. Remember, it's 2 phases. It's difficult to do phases in 1 fiscal year. So if you do get phase 1 in year 1, then know that we will phase you for phase 2 in the next year. Sometimes these roads are extremely long, and we have requests from Charlottesville, Lands for Me, all over Tobago. And again, because it is a program and we may have funding of a particular sum, we have to share that fund. Right? So Mr. Moore would get a piece of road probably up to 500 feet or 600 feet, and then Mr. X would get another piece, and we share that funding so that each and every one could enjoy a part of the project, and we do phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 until we get to where we are going. Right? So it is all about sharing. Thank you.
Right, so Mr. Moore, well, I hope you're well informed there. So the issue of the Methodist Church stuff, I was actually going to reach out to one of your members, because it's something that we at TADCO are going to be doing. One of your members, Mr. Louis Nielsen, to actually have that same thing done at the car park facility, where you could actually utilize the space probably on a weekend to do just what you said. I was going to mention it, but because of the time this morning, I mentioned briefly about what we propose up at Orange Hill there by the gas station in terms of the market, the day and night market. The idea behind this really is to give the agro processor an opportunity and a space in which they can showcase their product. This will be the taste of Tobago. So those who are doing sauce, corn, cane juice, whatever the agro process, whatever the value added part is you did to the plant, you will have a space where you could actually showcase what you want. You would have the public come. The public will now have an area in mind where they could come and get these things, so that nobody has to be standing on the side of the road, and when police come, they have to run, and that kind of problem. So there is going to be a space, but however, what you mentioned there is all going to be tied in, right? I didn't get to mention it because of the time this morning, but it is something, I do have contact to your people to get it done, right? Yeah.
Okay, I say good afternoon, my brothers and sisters. My name is Kenneth Alain. I would like to welcome the board of TADCO, since we have the opportunity of new management in Tobago to take care of Tobago's business and Tobago's affairs. A lot of us are coming up on the microphone, and I find it's pressuring. I mean, we have a lot of issues, we have a lot of things to deal with, carry over from the last administration, but this administration has just been there for 5 months, and to my personal witnessing, they have been doing a lot of good work. Engaging is one of the things with the former administration. We have a lot of talk shop and nothing going on. And being here, I'm the proud son of Mr. Charles Allen. I lived in agriculture all my life, from Mount St. George Farm to Louisdor Farm to Runnymede to Dead Bay. He was a prolific man. He has given the world the Lacatan banana. My father is the one, Charles Allen from Charlottesville, who has made the Lacatan banana as his thesis. And they gave all of the credit to a white man. But I think the administration is supposed to give him a posthumous award for that. All right? Being a Tobagonian, the world is eating from his hand. Okay? And I'm the proud son of him. Having the experience, I engaged with the FAO with a project in Dominica with the indigenous people, but so happened that when we were prepared to move in, the hurricane came in. I lost $36,000 out of my own pocket on that. But living in Canada and living in St. Lucia as well, working with the agricultural people and the farmers of the bananas systems. I even did our last project in Mon Diablo, organic farming. I have a lot of experience growing up from this high in agriculture. I lived in agriculture quarters all my life. And I've come back, I've been here to give the knowledge that I have and to help in the development of my island. We have a lot of great potential, we have a lot of good people here, and one of the things we are lacking, I believe, is networking among the farmers. We are doing a lot of talking. We have a great talk shop going, but we are very resilient people. And if we work together and unify, I've worked in the Palliative Village Council at one time as a PRO, and being partly responsible for the center and the bus shelter and the fixing of the jetty at that time. And I believe with internal networking among ourselves, the village councils coming together with the farmers in the area, and these small groups working, and then they send representation up via the president to interact with the THA. That will be very successful. We are lacking that cohesiveness and that networking. We are doing too much, what I'm going to say, dependency syndrome. Government is not in the business of doing business. Government is a facilitator. And we got to understand that. They do their best. They give in policies, they make policies, but if we sit back and depend on the government for everything, as sometimes a lot of us do, the dependency syndrome, it doesn't work out for us because we keep sitting and waiting and just blame gaming. We have a blame gaming problem. And we have a selfish problem that where we fail to unite. Unity is our biggest problem. Right now they're weaponizing our food. Having lived outside, and I'm into organic agriculture. I'm into organic farming, having engaged with the FAO with a school feeding program for Dominica among the indigenous people and health and other issues of health and these matters. And food security is the biggest thing now. No matter what you say, that's how you take it. It's not about the big car and the big house. If you're not healthy and strong, you can't walk around your big house and you can't drive your big car. So food security is the most important thing that we should be thinking about worldwide. We have Caribbean markets, and sometimes we look to the big US dollar and to the big markets, and sometimes our markets are right from the Caribbean with the Caribbean brothers and sisters. We're supposed to network. I observe St. Lucia's, we are doing things with the banana farmers. Grenada, as a secretary I've heard said that she witnessed. And we have a lot of potential. Tobago is a great little island if you look at not our story, our truth. Because we cannot deal about his story about us because it's filled with a lot of lies. We got to look at it this way and see it for what it is. Our everyday lives, the future of our generations to come, depends on what we do now. And if we don't make the bed up properly, how are they going to lie? As Mr. Lord was talking about, I have a lot of family here, the Moores, and I went to school with Mr. Lord as well, went to Bishops, and seeing and coming back with the understanding and seeing the big basic principles of things we got to engage is practical life. We got to be practical about things and the knowledge and the know-how. If Mr. Dillon said that he did not depend on government funding, and I heard about him a lot of times. I heard about the man, Mr. Dillon, right? I've seen him, and looking at it, some of us, we got to pull up, get ourselves up. Be too much in the sit back and lay back mode. And this is what is causing a lot of, let me say, non-progress and dependency syndrome, and then be name calling and be bashing and be busy doing this. While we need to be looking for practical solutions. We can talk a whole lot, but if you don't execute and bring it into practical solutions, we get nowhere. Okay? And networking, I believe the farmers in the villages with the other organizations, they need to come together and unite. Even if your farmers having problems, attend your meetings. If you're having a problem where meetings are called and 3 people coming, 1 person coming, how are you going to see your interests come to life if you don't even want to come to a simple meeting in your district? How will you get information? Information and data is what you need to do things. If you're not there to get, depending on the he say, she say, we say, them say network, always half of the times is a lot of crap. You know what I'm saying? You got to get the put in information, come together with the farming groups. We have unity in Tobago. We can get together for heritage. Everybody can get together. Why can't we get together for the putting in information and putting in knowledge and the practical things of food? Without food, we ain't going nowhere and you ain't doing nothing. You can't even stand up, empty bags can't stand. So food is your #1 priority. And if you don't address that, you don't have the strength or power to address nothing else in life. Okay, this is my contribution, and I hope that we work together. And there are a lot of things that we can demand and we can ask of, but without working together in harmony and in love and in respect for each other, stop the backbiting and the bashing and the who is who and who is responsible and he and she syndrome. We don't need that anymore. We need to unite as a people, love, show respect for each other, and work together with the administration. This is the new administration, and they are doing great things. You probably would never have an administration like this again to work with. I am not in the political side of things, but I take it for what it is. The people are ready to work with you, engage yourself, come together, do what you have to do that's necessary, and operate with truism, not a half a lie and a half a truth. Don't do that, it ain't gonna work. Thank you so much.
All right, so we're gonna take all the proposals that you made as well and what we put together here, and we're gonna come back to you with it, right?
Good afternoon, my name is Alved Gordon. I just have 2 questions.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Alved Gordon. I just have 2 questions. Mr. Alfred spoke about a facility for processing animals. I just wanted to know what animals you would be processing. And the second question is the sargassum seaweed we have an issue with every year. I wanted to know if you could have like courses or classes on how to utilize it better, be it for food, be it for feed, be it for soil mediations. Thank you.
Yes, so recently we had engaged in a company in which they want to come and assist us in terms of setting up a meat/processing facility. I'm not sure if you were here early on where we spoke about the chicken. So going forward, as I said, I made a commitment that we are not going to be supporting the foreign chicken. We are going to be working with the people right here in Tobago in terms of supplying them with the relevant inputs. As Dr. Williams had mentioned, input meaning the chick and the feed. We are not competing with anyone in Trinidad. We have actually made collaborations with someone in Trinidad where we could actually provide some subsidy to the end product, which is the processors, in terms of creating a local box of chicken. When I say box of chicken, not the imported box of chicken, but a local box of chicken. We have to be willing to work with the processors in Tobago. That is the name of the company, Tobago Agribusiness Development Company. The sargassum part, there is some research out there. I want to say that privately I'm looking at, but I can we want to do this to make sense, so that there is some research out there as to how this sargassum can be used. We all know that it could be used for fertilizers and stuff for the plants, but there are other use. So there is some research being done right now as that regard. Mr. Kenneth spoke about the whole networking and culture and that kind of thing. I really applaud him for that, because at the end of the day, we have to be fair and real to ourselves as to what we're actually doing. When certain groups have, I am involved in many different agricultural groups, and when it calls for meetings and comments, nobody tends to really attend or even give comments. But when it comes to something happening, that's when the most comments come in. Also, we have to be fair and real to ourselves, that input and output is quite different. If you have no input, you can't expect output. So let's just keep that in mind.
So I was about to say that Mr. Murray mentioned 12,000 applicants for state lands, and how many people attended the meeting today as opposed to the 12,000 that applied?
You didn't answer the first question, which was what animals would they be?
Oh, sorry. We're going to be looking at the chicks and the possibility of the goat and the pigs and that kind of stuff, the small ruminants. However, there is going to be an abattoir in terms of the small ruminants for the sheep and goat, where whoever is doing that livestock park could actually benefit from it. Yeah.
Just asking because I'm a rabbit farmer.
No, well, as regards to the rabbit, I had met with a company in Trinidad, and they are interested in doing some work with the rabbit. So we're going to have, well, you have the information up there, right? Yes. Okay, good. So there is going to be some product coming out of for rabbit. It is very important from TADCO perspective that we find the market. So you see, just like how you mentioned, that I can pinpoint what is happening. So there is going to be further conversation regarding that, right?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kyle Joseph. I would say I'm the Orkinscale farmer, the guy who has the sheep crosses the road every morning. I sat and I listened to everyone speaking on issues along with farming. And I want to go back to tractor pool. So I'm not bashing them, because I know I have a tractor as well, and I know when they start to work that tractor and they start to call for parts, sometimes Trinidad don't even have the parts, they had to order it from Amazon. So I totally understand. But stuff like the guy spoke about the extension officers. He had one extension officer, her name was Suan, I think she died, she rest in peace. That was one extension officer used to come actually and take notes. actually build a track around the farm, so when they finish, they go on the pony and instead of going up in the stadium. Some of the parents didn't like it, but I grew up on farming and I had to find some sort of way to get farming, going. So I think that everybody here sit in the room here, but I don't think everybody got put up their hand and say, hey, I farming 7 days a week. So I really think it should have somewhere where he's a farmer, she's a farmer, he's a part-time farmer, he just want to plant okra, because everybody coming with the same complaint, but tractor pull, and they could take a brush cutter and cut their place. They could hire a private person to do their work. So it has to be categorized somewhere where the mega farms need help. Normal farmers could go through a private company, because I am on 40 acres, and if I should ask a private man to cut that land, it doesn't make any sense. While somebody on one lot of land and they complaining, say tractor pool and coming by them for years. So it has to have some kind of basis. And one of the next things I want to talk about is like relocations of farmers, because I'm thankful the government, the last administration gave me 10 acres of land up in Belmont, and 2 weeks ago when I actually went and walked the land, is only maybe 3 acres of the land where grass could grow. The rest is hill and gully. And we're talking about farming here, and we want an end product, but the beginning product is the soil, and a lot of us don't have access to the soil. I've been on Orkinskio without lights 5 years now, without water. I start to tote water. I don't care. I just need land, and when the land is there, rain go fall, and when the rain fall, you catch your water. So somewhere along the line, like for me and Mr. O, we got eviction notice to leave the properties. I had 300 sheep, and I telling you I have to leave there from September. I have nowhere to go. I sent in my documents to land management and nobody called. I sent in even the letter stating that I have to leave. Nobody called. I asked for relocation. Some of them in the office say that I am ungrateful. They give me 10 acres of land. 10 acres of land where? If I am farming on flat here and I'm an athlete, I went up there and I tired, I even can't walk up there. If I show you some videos of some precipice that they send me behind to go and do farming, and they're talking about snakes and mackerel, them thing live behind there, so I would just like to, we have like categorized who farming serious, who farming part-time, and who planting just okra. And I think that could really differentiate who wants to farm, and it's going to be so easy for Tadco to know that the money had to go buy chicken is, and the person that they might want a box of fries or something, and might just go by the person by the neighbor. But we need to really differentiate, because farming is my life. I don't do nothing else. I'm a sports doctor as well, and I choose not to work in the division of health, and I chose to do farming, and it kind of giving me regrets to kind of go abroad. I'd even call Grenada. I hear somebody was talking about Grenada. The biggest sheep farmer in Grenada is somebody who only have 60 animals. That is the biggest person in Grenada, So I really like Tobago. I really like the place here. Somebody spoke about the slave trade. Tobago have good soil, and yes, they slave us, but why we don't slave ourselves? Why we don't get up and get something going and work for ourselves and stop beggy and axy? Why we can't just work? Because we've been working from the beginning. All right, so that is all I have to say today.
All right. Yes. So unfortunately, I understand, because earlier this week I got a call that, somebody said on the station they're not dealing with somebody because of all sorts of rift. So we have to, I guess, train people in terms of emotional intelligence, that you cannot put your feelings and your thoughts into service to the people, right? You have to deliver a service regardless if you like Mrs. Pandino or not, right? So we really need to train persons on how to execute their jobs without taking things personal, right? Mr. Ricardo said he had some things to mention about small ruminant farmers.
Yes, so first I would acknowledge Kyle in what he is doing. Yes. As a young farmer, I mean, I am 38 years old, and Kyle is around the same category, you know. And I want to say we as young people sometimes are taken for granted. Kyle has over 300 animals. That is impressive, and we need to pay recognition to these type of things. So with that commitment, Kyle, what I did actually is I had found someone who is willing to assist in terms of, because I was going to engage you as regards to the alternative feed. So you would actually be one of the persons that will be actually testing that with the cassava/corn feed to see if it is something that we could actually take. I was actually going to engage you, but I'm glad that you are here so that we can know exactly that I see you, and we at TADCO see what you are doing, and we have to embrace the youth on what we are doing. And I'm glad that you mentioned something there, because if we have nowhere to go, any road will take us there. And we have to have goals and boundaries that we are willing to do. And I'm very happy of what you are doing. And I'm sorry that what you are going through. And I'm sure the secretary will make some kind of representation on your behalf, you know. But so don't give up, continue. I mean, I know it's hard. So, I mean, well done. And we are definitely going to be doing some business going forward.
All right, so we are just about out of time, but we will make provisions for 2 more questions. Only be sure to keep them short and succinct as we wrap up today's program.
Thank you. My name is Alan Kennedy. I'm the chairperson for the Agro Consultation. I have 2 questions. First one is as it pertains to the recent MOU that was signed with Novo, I believe. Yeah. I'd like to know how that arrangement would affect the local flour processors in Tobago. Basically, that's one. 2, I would like to request a meeting with Mr. Alfred because I have a couple of questions to clarify the information that was put forward today so that I could better communicate to our members what TADCO is doing so that we could eliminate fears, concerns, and address any issues that may arise. So I would like a response on those 2. Thank you.
Right, so on the first question of Novo and the MOU, an MOU was signed with Novo Farms Limited. So we at TADCO are not going to be interfering with the local market in terms of what you are doing with your flour. We are staying out of that, right? We are looking at the regional market and that type of arrangement. However, I am willing to have the conversation with your association anytime. Once we're ready, we will have the conversation. I assume that I'm the most reachable person, I guess, but I am willing to meet with you and your association going forward. Our endeavors you have. If I can put out briefly, so we recently acquired marketing in terms of the marketing equipment, right? We are going to look at the availability of these equipment, have them repaired if necessary, where your association would definitely benefit from that in building your product. So we're going to have more conversations on that regard. Right? You ask how you're going to benefit and how farmers are going to benefit. We are to supply at least 20 tons of flour on a monthly basis. As Ms. Alexander would identify how much pounds that is, right? Sorry, Miss Williams, right? We have, so I am putting it to the farmers out there. Now that you have this information, what are you going to do? Right? The information is there, what are you going to do? Because at the end of the day, you have to be willing to produce. Right? And when I say produce, I'm not asking you to find the market, I'm just asking you to produce. We will have a conversation in how best you can assist in going forward in terms of building your product. This is all we are trying to do. We are not competing with any agro processor. If that was mission or notion out there, we're not competing. The idea is to work with you in terms of developing your product.
Actually, what Mr. Alfred said is exactly what I instructed my entire division to do, right? We don't want Tadco selling little cake and little cheese, and no, we leave in that for us here, right? It's a remarkable products, but it's small scale. We are thinking export, and Tobago is the identity. Right, so we're not going to compete with any agro-processor. Actually, we want to support agro-processors in what they're doing, right, so that they can provide their products to the Tobago market, to the Trinidad market, in whatever capacities that they can. But we need to think capacity. We need to export. We need to increase what we need to export, right? And we're not going to interfere with any agro-processor in Tobago. We're going to provide support for agro-processors.
Thank you for your feedback, Madam Secretary. Again, my number two, the reason why now Tadco is saying support, capacity building, provide, all these wonderful words that was used earlier on, which I totally understand. However, I like to have discussion to get the detail of how it's going to happen, how you're going to go about doing these things, because one of our major concern is what effort the division is doing in terms of to develop the sector. Now, we are not coming from a position of dependency, but what policies, for example, we already started talking with Mr. Murray concerning incentives, which is a good start, an excellent start, and we thank you for that. So we hope that great things will come out of that. But where Tadco is concerned, we are taking the approach of having the conversation. You need to have the conversation because there are misunderstanding on the ground where communication is concerned. So as soon as you are available, Mr. Alfred, I am available so we can have that discussion.
Yes, so I always tell people that I am available 25 hours a day, 8 days a week, right? So don't be distracted. Distractors. You're hearing it from me right now that we are going to be working with you. Don't be distracted. Currently, the agro-processors that we are dealing with, we have to deal with an issue of contracts. You see the verbal arrangements that we will no longer be engaging in that because everything needs to be done strategically and it needs to be done through the contractual arrangements. So you're hearing it from me. We are not interfering with your business. Whoever is distracting or whatever they are saying, let's put an end to that, right? So you're hearing it from me right now. There's the chairman of the board that we are definitely going to be working with you.
Yes, absolutely no competition with the agro-processors, right? My word is my bond. All right, next question.
Good afternoon to the panel. My name is Garrett McKellar. I am an agro-processor in Tobago. I want to make a suggestion. I want to make a suggestion, not necessarily in the agro-processing field, but in the agriculture field. For the last few years, for the years that I've been around and been to the World Food Day event at the stadium, etc., I would have noted that there are different districts, agriculture districts in Tobago. And what I want to suggest is the same thing that Mr. I'm not sure. Pardon? Alfred would have suggested, which is the mono farming, but not the mono farming based upon an individual farmer level, but the mono farming based upon district level. So we know that some districts, based upon where they are located, may have a better benefit of growing a certain crop in their area versus growing that crop in a different area. So if we know that, okay, land may growing, let's say, dasheen, just for example, we could specialize those groups in growing certain type of crops and kind of do this with all the different districts so that they could focus on what they are already doing best. We're not trying to give them something new to do, but we're trying to look at what they are already strong at and put them in the best position to farm as a district and as a group. But let's say in lands may have to be allocated on a large scale so that everybody can come under one, having to, you can't, I can't. But even in terms of supplying, let's say, water and lights and all these different things, everything can be done collectively versus I have to come by your farm and give you water. I have to go by this one farm and give him lights. So if this district is doing lettuce and leafy crops, this district is doing plantain and bananas, this district is doing provision, dasheen, cassava, we could focus on mono farming on districts versus individual farmers. Thank you.
So I want to thank you for that, Mr. McKellar. I'm putting a challenge here out there because I remember somebody told me this. The blue dasheen, there's an interest for it. I'm putting it to you guys. There's an interest for it in terms of pongage. Right? So I'm glad that we have your information up there. So we're definitely going to have some, because there's market I already organized for that. So those who are doing blue dasheen, we need to have a conversation because there's an interest for it right now. Right?
Hi, good day everyone. I'll be very, very short. Just in terms of information, is there information available that, for instance, I heard you mention that you needed particular types of crops in certain quantities. Do we have this information available as in what types of crops you need and the quantities that you need, so that when we are developing our groups, or as you call it, clusters, right, we will be able to say, well, okay, we are already developing these crops. Let us see how we could up the scale on that production. So if we could just have an idea of what exactly TADCO needs from us as farmers, right, and then, well, how best we could provide that for you all.
Right, so, San, hold on.
Okay, first of all, as the chairman said, this is just the first of meetings, right? So those persons who are interested in working with TADCO, in terms of supplying, we'll have this personal meeting with you. So there are a lot of things that we'll now drill down into. And one of those things will be the cultivars that should be planted. But so far for the cassava, we could safely say we want the MX, the butterstick, Picnic Mama. Those are three types so far. We have entered an arrangement with Novo, so we now need to decide what varieties they require for the cassava flour that will come to you. We're also doing some other products that we will be testing soon. We're coming to the sweet potatoes. When that pilot is done, you know exactly what type of sweet potatoes we ask to plant. The breadfruit, we have the criteria done already for those. Dasheen, as here, is a blue one. The plantain, well, plantain could work in various types of plantain. So we almost home, and so we'll give you an answer, a full listing when we have our follow-up meetings. Yeah?
Right, so just one short contribution I wanted to make before we close off. As somebody would have asked earlier about packaging, and if it's possible that we could establish some kind of facility in Tobago to manufacture packaging. Now I know that sounds easy to a lot of people, but it's quite the opposite. However, I would say that we have a packaging company in Scarborough at TLH Mall, which is Exquisite Local Products and Services. That's at unit number 10 TLH Mall. So persons who are interested in packaging, we do primarily plastic bottles, glass bottles, pouches. We do food additives and stuff like that. You could check out this store and see if there's anything there that may be suitable for your operations that we could assist in getting some of the the products packaged on the shelves. Thank you.
Right, so I would definitely come and check out your store, because I think one of our first questions was the lady there who spoke about the bottles and container type facilities. So, but I will give you a commitment of coming to check out the store, because we have to collaborate and we have to assist you guys going forward, right? So I give you that commitment. Your information is up there, right? Okay, great, good.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we have come to the end of this, the first of a series of consultations with you, all stakeholders. We thank you for taking the time out to be with us and share with us today. I think one thing that is very clear is that greater collaboration is required from both sides as we attempt to transform the agriculture sector and take it forward. So we thank you again for taking the time to be with us. We encourage those who haven't registered to, there is still time to register so that we can remain in contact with each other. Thank you all. Get to your various destinations safely, and we continue to work together with you in transforming and taking the agricultural sector in Tobago forward. Do have a blessed evening.